Welcome to the Coaches Show here with head coach Eugene Rogers of the Corsicana Tigers. I'm Rusty Hitt. Thanks for joining us here. And, Coach, congratulations on finishing up your non-district schedule with a win and a shutout. I know as a defensive guy, you got to love that.
Yeah, I do. First and foremost, I want to thank the Corsicana fans that showed up, that went the 2.5 hours to Hallsville and watch us compete. Shout out to you guys. From the bottom of my heart, I want to say thank you for being that support and showing up. But yeah, we're happy and we're proud around here, the job that we've done thus far. That's season 1, and now we're getting ready to start season 2.
Well, let's just finish up season 1 first before we go to season 2. But season 1 ends. And you talked about it in week 2, right before week 2, is if you win the toss, you want to take the ball and get started in a hurry. You did that. You won the toss. You got the opening kickoff. 14-play drive. Took 7.5 minutes off the clock. 7.5 minutes. Man, that's just a great drive. You had a big 4th down conversion there on 4th and 6. You throw the long fade to Petty, and a lot of good things along the way.
Yeah, I won a toss. Tails never fails. And chose to receive the ball and go down there. We wanted to start fast, and we did. And we had some ups and downs in that drive. Got some 4th down. We advanced some 4th down plays and got in the end zone and scored. And our team started fast. And defensively, we went out there and we did what we were supposed to do. We kept them in front. We had population around the football, and our guys went from there, and we're proud of it.
Well, and you really started out, you overcame some adversity on that first drive. You had a 4th and 1. You had the big conversion, and I think, was that the one where we didn't have but 4 guys on the line of scrimmage or something like that?
Ineligible number.
Oh, is that, okay, all right. Never see that called.
Right.
But, okay, so anyway, so you go 5 yards back. But then you were able to overcome that. Again, a beautiful throw and catch down the sideline, big play. You had some plays at the end zone. You're able to get in, take advantage of that. So, again, overcoming adversity right there, and that's what part of a growing team has to do, right? So maybe last year that penalty happens and we don't convert the next time, and the drive ends right there, and who knows how the game ends up after that.
Yeah, I would contribute that to the way we practice, and making it chaotic and putting them through adverse situations and talking to them on how to handle those adverse situations, because you got to go through something negative, and then we talk about it so that we don't do it in the game, and we can overcome those adverse moments. And it showed up, with the way we practice and the way we did it in the game.
Well, there's some guys that show up every week, and number 3 is one of those, Alan Walker at linebacker. He really shows up every week. He and his compadre, I think, what Chuck called him, crunching, or no, Raymond called him crunch and munch. You got Adrian Bivens and Alan Walker there as linebackers. Those guys are everywhere. They're always hitting, they're always to the ball, and they're always delivering blows.
Yeah, I do listen to this after the game. And I listened to it on the way back, and we did come up with a nickname for them. They are now the double A's, the double A's.
All right, we like that.
We got A1 and we have A2, Adrian Bivens and Adrian Walker. But yeah, those guys have done a tremendous job. Shout out to Coach Olive and Coach Hagens, their position coaches. They have done a tremendous job of executing a defensive game plan and being leaders on the field. They do it in practice. They work on it in practice, and it shows up during the game. So I'm proud of their coaches, and I'm proud of them for what they do on game days.
And, of course, defense is a team game. You got to have the guys up front taking care of their responsibilities to free the backers up. You got to have the help on the back end, and then having Mark Brown back at that free safety coming up and laying the wood. I mean, that makes a huge difference as well. He had some big hits in the game, and I think the game really turned against Hallsville. I believe that was the second possession A couple of guys came up, big hit on the quarterback, and he was out for the rest of the game, unfortunately, on their side. But really changed what they do because they're really a big quarterback run-heavy team. And with him out of the game, that really changed what their whole approach was.
Yeah, I want to talk about this first. Mark Brown, great athlete. He showed bravery. He showed resilience by being there. Unfortunately, he lost his mother, and we prayed for him and his family. And just for him to be there and play in those circumstances shows the type of individual that he is. But his play he is the ultimate eraser on our defense, and we're blessed to have him. And he did a great job, and he does a great job for us on day in and day out. But he's an eraser. The guy pulled the ball down, and he ran it, and he went in there, and he knocked that guy's shoulder out. And we're praying for that quarterback. Hope he has a great recovery. But on our side, Mark did a great job, and he's doing a great job for us.
Well, it's good to have him back. You can tell when he's on the field. And it even showed up in that first series on offense, his ability to make that quick cut in the hole when there is no hole necessarily, and his speed to get outside. I mean, that was a big part of moving those chains early in that drive. And so his ability on both sides of the ball to make a difference really shows up. Yeah,
we won a toss, so we wanted to see what he could do on the offensive side, so we gave him a chance to start at running back, and he did a great job of finding the holes, finding seams, putting his foot in the dirt, and going north and south and getting positive yards. He's a dynamic two-way player for us, and we're very proud to have Mark Brown out there, and look forward to him doing more things than just running back.
Well, nice to get into district where you can start showing some of those things, right? So it's gonna be fun. Now let's go back to your defense a little bit. I think in the first half you gave up 2 first downs in the whole half as well. When I was going through, you only saw 2 first downs in the first half. So you're not giving up first downs, you're not giving up points, right? So
right.
That's a great effort overall for your team, and coming up. 3 and outs, again,
right.
Only 2. So you're winning games with that. And then you end the half with a special teams touchdown on the punt return. It's 2 games in a row. You've had two scores from two non-offensive scores. I'll get it out here in a second.
Right.
So I think when you're looking at the data nerds, right, when they're putting the analytics together, it's like the percentage chances of win when you score non-offensive touchdowns probably go up astronomically.
Right.
So,
yeah, we were kind of talking off camera just to enlighten everyone. I'm so proud of our defense and our defensive kids to be able to adapt to the schemes that we put in. It may not necessarily be something that we're worked on for the entire spring and fall year. And it just may be something from my head, my brain that, hey, let's do this, and let's try to stop them in doing that. And our kids adapted to those different schemes that we did defensively, and they took it and they ran with it. And Hallsville was not prepared for it. It was a different look that they hadn't seen, and our kids adapted well, and they did that, and it showed out there on the game by giving up 2 first downs and shutting them out, basically.
Yeah, you did. And again, I probably didn't have 100 yards in the game. I don't imagine you gave up even 100 yards in the ball game. And it came run defense. It came in the pass defense. There was one drive in the second half where they got 4 first downs, 4 or 5 first downs. And other than that, I think you gave up 4 in the whole game. And so, at that point you were up pretty big, but you still shut them down once they got into your side. So, just great effort. You did have a big fumble forced.
Whoa.
And that, again,
Mark
shot
Brown.
like a missile out and made that. And who's the other guy that picked it up? Alan Walker.
A2.
Those guys are around the ball, and it made a big difference. And then again, unfortunately throw the interception, but you turn that into a safety.
Yeah.
Second safety in 2 weeks, and Allen making the tackle in the end zone, and it's just a great effort all the way around by the defense. I don't think we can applaud them enough in this.
Yeah. I'll go back and give the coaches and them credit. In 5A football, what we see on film is what they're going to do. And we work on it in practice religiously, and we work on it over and over and over and over again until it's second nature for those kids. And the way they perform, they show that they trust us. They trust what we teach them on a daily basis, and they trust the film study and things like that, because Hallsville did what they did on film, and our kids did what they did in practice. And again, shout out to our coaches and our kids for going out there executing the game plan and shutting those guys out.
I think offensively, you probably would have liked to move the ball a little bit better. They're like two different defenses. They got one defensive line, it's pretty good speed defensive line. Another one is bigger than what you're going to see in the NFL. I mean, the nose guard was listed at 390. So, I mean, he was a big boy. It's hard to move a guy like that.
Yeah.
But, again, it's adapting the offense to what's going on. You move the ball pretty well at times, maybe just not as consistently as you like. But we did see some flashes in the run game.
Yeah. We're working on shoring up some of the things that we were deficient in. We are getting better up front on the offensive line. Keenan did a great job second half running football, which is going to open up our passing game, and we're going to hit full stride. And we got to win, and we were pretty average offensive wise, but that just means we're going to have that big day, and we're looking for that big day offensively, where we quit leaving points on the board and we connect. That just means we have more to offer.
Well, you got a little bit of revenge against Hallsville from last year, because they came in and put it on you pretty good. Yeah. I know that was probably the game you walked out of and said, man, that didn't feel good. And I know it felt good to go back over and kind of do the same to them on their field.
Yeah, last year, again, I felt like that was the first time they actually quit on us. Not to talk about last year's team, but we have a different group this year. We planned well. Our preparation during the week, our preparation during game day, giving them time to recalibrate and get focused over there. It all paid off. So and we ended up with the win because of that.
Well, let's look ahead to this week. We get to Open District at home, going against a Terrell team that comes in 3-0 and putting up a ton of points and not giving up a lot. Beat Frisco Memorial 49-14, beat Frisco Heritage 70-14, and then they beat Mount Pleasant 35-14, and that was 15-14 at half. So they really kind of had a big second half. So talk about what you've seen from this Terrell team versus what we saw last season, which was a team that we were first half toe-to-toe with, missed some opportunities maybe to score. In the second half, they just kind of pulled away from us. So talk about what you see last year compared to what you're seeing now.
Well, Coach Sadbury is a wing T offensive coach, and the things that he's run in the past, he's going to run in the future. I will say this about Terrell. And last year, they did a good job of scheming us and running on us and running trick plays and things like that. But again, that was last year. This is a different ball club. They're putting up points. They have explosive athletes. But guess what? We've got an old school coach that knows how to defense the wing T, and we have prepared all week for it. We have 3 ways to stop what they do best, and they're not going to score those points. I'm just going to be honest with you. Be ready for a knockdown, drag down fight for 4 quarters, and we're going to fight them tooth and nail defensively, and we're going to try to keep them out of the end zone. And our motto is 0 or 3. So we don't want 6 points. We don't want 7 points. We want to hold them to field goals, and that's what we plan on doing. And that's why we're working. It's gonna be tough on the Terrell Tigers to score on us, and we're gonna get it done.
Well, their big emphasis obviously is the run game. They average 364 yards rushing a game, 116 passing a game. So they only complete about a third of their passes, but again, they run, and throw it deep. So try to lull you to sleep, bring you in, and sneak one by you. But again, the wing T, that's an old offense. I mean, its roots probably go back even before the wishbone and the veer, right? So it's one of those offenses. It's a lot of movement, misdirection. It's assignment football and defense, right? It's the same thing we used to talk about when we had to play the option. Assignment football. If you got the dive back, you got to take the dive back. If you got the half back, you got to be in position. So, talk about how hard it is to go from playing spread offense almost every week to going in and playing these guys that are just going to pound at you like that.
So what we do, we put the kids in pods, and we work on. They run the buck sweep. They pull the guard and tackle. They pull both guards and they go outside, and we'll have a 5-minute segment on just buck sweep, on letting the kids see it and how to stop it, and putting the kids in the position to where we can stop it. And we just do it over and over and over and over again. And we'll do it for the trap. We'll do it for the toss sweep. We'll do it for the belly. So we focus on their plays, stopping their plays over and over and over again, so that when game time comes and the kids see that, it's familiar to them and they know what to do, and they can do it at a high clip. And it's not foreign to us. So we can play what we see in front of us, and that's how you stop that offense. Yeah,
and a lot of times in that offense, they have a quarterback that runs a lot also. One thing in this, they do not. The quarterback is not. He's just a ball handler.
Right.
And if you're a good ball handler, you can really deceive the defense. You can give good fakes or whatever, get the ball out. Again, and they move that. I'm gonna call him a halfback. Because they got the running back or the fullback right behind the quarterback. Sometimes they have them on the wings. Sometimes they bring him in on the weak side. Sometimes you put him on the strong side. So they move them all around. So it's a lot of keys in reading for your defense, and they have to understand. I know you go through what they're likely to do in each in each lineup, and so again, it's a lot to remember for high school kids, and they don't see that on a regular basis.
Yeah, that's why we do it in pods and we break it down. Play what you see in front of you. If I'm a defensive end, I get a down block. I got to play the down block. I got to look for something coming at me. I got to bounce it. I got to keep him. I got to keep the end off my linebackers, and then I got to blow up this guy so that my linebacker can be free and make a play. And by you just doing your simple rules and playing base football, don't get caught up in all the smoke and mirrors. You got to be focused on your job and your job only, and that's how you defeat a wing T or a deceptive offense. You focus on doing your job and not the smoke and mirrors. And it's like we say, our number one goal, the ball is the issue, and we are going to be concentrating on the football, following the football.
So read your key. Don't get caught up in what they call the eye candy in the backfield, right? Don't get caught up in all the misdirection. What is your guy telling you what's going to happen?
Right.
So,
and the guards don't lie to you in the wing tee. They take you to the football. So.
Okay. Well, there you go. It's simple, right? Now you just got to get there and make a tackle.
Yes, sir. So, we have to play the game.
Well, that's something you certainly can do, because you got the athletes that can do that. And I think when you are strong in the middle, you got two linebackers that can run to the ball. You got a free safety that can come fill holes. It helps in that kind to make those kind of stops. And I've been impressed with your corners coming up and making tackles as well.
Yeah.
I mean, Jaqueline Walker's a sophomore. He's not afraid to tackle,
No.
and neither is Damon. And again, when you got guys like that, it helps prevent the guy sneaking behind you.
Yeah.
Right? So
in the wing tee, you talk about their passing yards. They They want to lull you to sleep, run, and then they want to have play action pass, and they get guys behind you that's wide open, and that's how they scored a lot of their points early. And I'll say this: I have guys that are designated eyes on their receiver, and that's their job. When we do our job, we're going to eliminate those big plays, and those guys will not get behind us at all, and we'll be locked on them. And then that should make us have sacks because that guy's covered and he's got to pull it down, and then our rush can get to him. But we have their pass plays down, and we know what they like to run out of each set, and we're working on those pass plays over and over and over again, and making sure our guys' eyes are in the right spot. You know, you play football with your feet and eyes, and your eyes have to be in the right spot, and you got to trust what you see. And our guys have demonstrated that they trust what they see, and they trust us.
So what is Coach Lewis on his side of the ball, the offensive side of the ball? What do you see against the Terrell defense? You know, or you just need to be a balanced attack like you have been? You need to try to get the run game going, to open up the pass game. You know, just kind of your same focus as you go into each week with.
So offensively speaking, in their defense, they play a defense that's similar to ours. So now our offense have some similarity in that all spring they get to see a 4-2-5 defense. So now Coach Lewis knows how to attack their weaknesses, and we're going to exploit those weaknesses and things that, you know, he see that where he can attack them. And the thing about us offensively, we can spread the ball around. We just don't go to one person. We have enough athletes that we feel confident in. And if Coach schemes it, we're going to take our shots with, you know, a Willie Conley, you may think, that doesn't get balls his way.
But he's made some big catches for
Yes,
you.
he's made some big catches. We got a Drake Petty out there.
Yep.
We can put a Mark Brown over there. We can put a Damon Brown over there. We got a C.J. Davis. We got a Braxton Stoner that we can go to. We got a Keenan Murphy that we can go, and got a C.J. Davis that we can put in the backfield and utilize.
Well, you've had good success in spreading the ball around. You've got a lot of guys that have touched the ball. From a receiver standpoint, you've got now 4 runners that have touched the ball. And I know the offense, I'm not going to say it's vanilla, but it hasn't shown all the things that you're planning to show as you get into district.
Yeah, it's district. I'll just say be ready. Be ready.
District offense is going to be a little different, right?
Yes, this district, so we can open up the playbook, and we have, and we will. We're going to open it up.
Well, I know it's a big night, and get to be back home, open up district. It's a big time. Looking at the district around you, Crandall and Terrell both come in, start district play at 3-0. Corsicana and Kaufman at 2-1. Heritage, Poteet, Ennis at 1-2, and Greenville's at 0-3. And I don't think you can take a lot out of the non-district records, right? Because you know Heritage is not a 1-2 football team.
Right.
They played a really difficult schedule. They've gone out, you know, for example, I think the Terrell opponents are 0-9 combined.
Right.
I'm not saying Terrell's not good.
Right.
I'm just saying it's harder to tell until you get in and see the common opponents in the district that you know you're going to see. So I know right now your only focus is Terrell.
Correct.
You're not looking at anybody else, and so
it's not just coach speak. It's real. It is Terrell. So
well, it has to be, right?
I really didn't know everyone else's record. It's Terrell. It's the Terrell fake Tigers that I'm focused on.
Well, I love it. And, you know, it's a chance to get your first district win as a head coach, and I know you're looking forward to that, and it'll be the first district win in a little while.
So
we're going to get that over with, and you know, we've already got 2 wins now, and let's keep it rolling. And I know, let's hope for a big crowd out here tonight and supporting those blue and gold Tigers. So.
Yes.
All right, thanks, Eugene. Appreciate you. Coach Rogers here of the 2-1 Corsicana Tigers. Be back for the pregame show coming up after this.
Corsicana Tiger football Friday night lights here at Community National Bank Stadium. I am not Rusty Hitt. Rusty is off tonight, so he's somewhere out of town, so I'm filling in for him.
You are the great Stephen Nutt. I'll do that so you don't have to introduce yourself.
We have similar hairstyles, but that's about it, I think. So, no,
you just happen to cover your
I usually wear a hat, so that's what that's about. But we're coming to you tonight. The Tigers match up against the Tigers. The Terrell Tigers come to town facing the 2-1 Corsicana Tigers. First time off to a 2-1 start, I know, in a few years.
Yes,
so.
it has been, and having momentum going into a district game with a win, much less 2 wins in a row. So we, the real Tigers, as compared to the fake Tigers, as Coach Rogers said, we have a nice feel as far as momentum goes as we're going into this district opener at home.
Well, last week the Corsicana Tigers made the long trek over to Hallsville. I didn't get to watch much of it, but I know you were there. What did you see? What stuck out as a shutout? So the defense must have played pretty well.
Defense played really, really well, and they talked. Rusty and Coach Rogers talked about the injury to the quarterback there for Hallsville, and I think not only was he the leader and the catalyst offensively, but he was the team leader as well. And when you have somebody like that go down, I think it deflated the team. And then plus I just feel like our defense really rose to the occasion. They flew around, had some big hits offensively, going down and getting the ball, and as Coach Rogers said, start fast. We started fast by putting a 14-play drive over 7 minutes and established our offense going through there. But offensively, we did good. We did a great job. Defensively, we really attacked them and did a great job in controlling their ability to do anything offensively.
Well, I was at the home game against Waco, and we scored 2 quick defensive touchdowns, and I understand that's been kind of the theme for the Tigers this year. Tell me a little bit about that, how that sets a tone for a team and a game.
Initially defensively, that's the defensive unit is, as coach speak, they pin their ears back and they're ready to roll because they have all the confidence in the world, in themselves and each other. They know they can count on each other to make sure they take care of their responsibility. They're clear-minded as a thinker, so they really let loose and they really go after it, because when you're lacking confidence and you might not feel as good about your teammate or the way the team's playing in general, that tends to cloud your mind and it makes you play slower. You don't think. Your energy level is lower, and things just don't play out for you. But since we've had so much success and such big plays have been made defensively and scoring points defensively, because that's unheard of, doing those kind of things really energize and it sets everybody in a different mindset. So practice is different. Going out to practice is not, it's not a beat down because, oh, we lost again. Oh, here we go again. And it's just an overall great atmosphere, and being successful just breeds that mentality that you're unstoppable. And I feel like our defense feels that way right now.
Well, I'm not a huge football guy. I'm more of a baseball guy. But even in baseball, defense, a lot of times if you can have a defense, that's really how you can control a game and maybe even up some disadvantages on the other side of the ball. So if you've got a lockdown defense, in baseball it's a pitcher, but if you got a lockdown defense that can score some points, you can keep a low-scoring game. You're always in the game, right?
Absolutely. And our secondary's really grown. Coach Rogers talked about that. Our double A's, A1 and A2, Bivens and Walker are playing lights out football as linebackers. Our defensive front is doing a good job, and they are growing, and you can see growth and you can see more confidence in them. I just think overall our defense is really beginning to gel. Having a year under their belt with Coach Rogers has really begun to pay off. You can see the difference because they know what's going on. They know what to expect. They know how to handle certain situations within their position and how adjustments the other team makes, but they're able to adjust on the run as well. So I think it's a big compliment to Coach Rogers, first of all, for being here for a whole year and installing his defense, and then the kids trusting him. And he talked about this on his coach's show, trusting him and his staff, because it shows by the way they go out and play for him every Friday night.
Well, now on the offensive side of the ball, we got some pretty good running backs that have already made some strides this year. A quarterback that the game I saw, he made some pretty nice throws. So tell me a little bit about what you've seen for the Tigers offense.
Well, it sounds like, Coach Rogers has some tricks up his sleeve, but our offense, our offensive line is matured each and every game, so they've gotten better each and every week. That first week we struggled a little bit, but they've grown and they've become more of a unit, because you've got guys. We got a freshman starter. You've got guys that might not have as much experience anyway, and then just gelling and playing together, being able to play side by side, double team on blocks, be able to coordinate with each other and do the things that you have to do on the offensive line. Those guys are getting better each and every week, and those practices help as well. Our receiving core, our running back core, our quarterback are all great athletes. They've got speed, they've got athleticism, they can jump up and get balls, they can stop on a dime, turn and change direction, they can avoid tackles, they're tough enough to break tackles, they're tough enough to deliver blows and maintain their balance and get down the field. So I think we have, after 3 games in our first season, just like coaches talk, but I think after our first 3 games and in our first season, I think we've seen our Tiger offense really begin to adjust to each other, begin to execute better, and are understanding more of coverages and fronts and schemes, and they're able to make adjustments. They're able to execute what the coaches are teaching them, and I think it's just getting better each and every week, and I hope tonight it continues that way as well.
Well, Coach Rogers mentioned about that it's start of the second season. Is the same way in any of the high school sports. You usually have a preseason where it's non-district, then you get to district, and then you hope for the playoffs. A lot has been done in these first 3 games, but you're going to see probably a lot of different plays, a lot of different schemes tonight. Is that from an old coach? How much of your playbook do you hold back in that preseason stuff, or do you let go during the first part of district?
Well, depends on. There's a lot of factors. Coach Sedberry is the son of Marvin Sedberry, who was a coach at Corsicana High School back when I was in high school, when I was in junior high. and when I started high school in '79. So he was here in '79 and '80, and then he left and went to Denison High School with Marty Criswell, who was also here. So there's a little history there. And just as a coach, you've got your own nuances and you've got your own thoughts and what you want to do and how you want to do things. And you're not going to let out the whole playbook here, but you've got enough to let out to make a difference in this game and to also make the next team that we play begin to go, oh, wait a minute, did you see him do this? Oh, good night, they did this, or that player played that position. So you don't overdo it, but you make sure you have enough that makes an impact in this game, whether it's what we do offensively or what we do defensively, or for that matter, special teams, because you can gain an advantage through your special teams as well. So there's going to be some new things that we're going to see tonight, and that also is in preparation for the next week, because you want that next team to have to prepare and scheme and figure out how we're going to stop that too.
All right, well, thank you guys for joining us. We'll be back in about 2 or 3 minutes. We're going to go to a break here as this Tiger game is about 22, almost 23 minutes away from kicking off, and we'll be right back with a little more of the pregame show.
You want to go 3? We're going 3.
Go 3 minutes.
Yeah, Thomas, thank you,
if you don't
buddy.
mind.
3 minutes is good.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to thank our game sponsor, Stewart Toyota of Corsicana. Family owned and operated since 1939, the Stewart family has been a long-time sponsor of Tiger Athletics. Let's go places. For any of your automotive needs, visit Stewart Toyota on South I-45 in Corsicana. Running late to a Tiger game? Can't make it to an out-of-town game? You can now listen to the game live on the Corsicana Tiger Network. Rusty Hit and crew will keep you up to date as it happens. Go to the athletics page of CISD.
We're back here now at Community National Bank and Trust Stadium. As Stephen Nutt joining you here with Richie Cotrier and more of the pregame show. As we mentioned, the 3-0 Terrell Tigers are coming in to face the 2-1 Corsicana Tigers. And I want to talk a little bit, Richie, about the Terrell Tigers. 3-0, they've put up a whole lot of points You know, we've seen them run the same at the wing T. Wing T, I don't know a ton about football. I know that was an old school football formation. I think back when my dad played in leathered helmets. But I think, can you explain a little bit about what they'll be doing and how we need to attack that?
Tubby Raymond, the Delaware wing T way back in the day, was pretty much the guru godfather of it. The wing T to me is a deceptive offense that combines a lot of misdirection, a lot of play fakes, and tries to deceive you in a multitude of ways. It tries to be tricky and magical. You know, you got to be a magician in order to do the fakes and do all those kind of things. But to me, it's also a type of offense that you can defend. And I really like listening to Coach Rogers in his pregame and talked about the pods that they practice in order to combat particular plays. The offense of Terrell, at least their non-district, they only have 3 or 4, maybe 4 formations that they utilize. They utilize a 4-blocker side where they have a guard, tackle, tight end, and a wing, and then they have a 2-blocker side, which coaches call a nub side, and they have a 2-blocker side. But out of that formation by itself, you are only going to get 2 or 3 different plays to that particular side. So what I'm telling you there is that you've got to play responsibility football. You have got a job, and you don't need to cross the ball. You need to stay on your side of the ball and maintain your gap and maintain your responsibility, because about the time you feel like things are going away, here comes something back behind you. Now, that's the deceptiveness of what the wing T is all about. So having the pods and doing the coaching through that way with the players, I think is fantastic. You're going to the wing T enables the offensive line to have down block angles. It also enables them to have pulling angles. So when the guards and or tackles or even the wing pull and go block, they've got angles and leverage on the defense. Now, the key defensively is that you can't pursue and get upfield, because what you end up doing is not only do you run yourself out of the play, but you open the gap that they're trying to attack. And in a different games that we played, I've talked about heel line. The defenders go to the heel line of the offensive line. That's about as far as you need to go, because you need to know, depending on the block in front of you, will dictate how and where your eyes go and what you do and how you defend the next block that's coming to you. The speed that Terrell has fits perfectly for this wing T offense, because they can hit you quick with a trap. They can influence and trap you and get their running backs in a gap really quick. The buck sweep really gets the running back outside and opens things up for them. So they deceive you with everything inside in between the tackles, and then they hit you outside. And then before you know it, they do what I call a waggle or a bootleg, and they boot out after they play. They've got a back in the flat. They've got another receiver that could be running a flag on you. They've got a tight end that's running a drag, and their backside receiver or wing is running a post for you. So they deceive you, and you're all caught up inside, and then all of a sudden they bust out with a pass play. Coach has he's got a great coaching point and a great scheme here where he's got people looking for those receivers that run those routes, and that's all they have to do. That's great, because everybody else has a responsibility, and they've got gaps they have to play on their side of the ball on either side. So I feel like we'll see some wrinkles out of the Terrell offense and what they're going to do. Might be a little more tricky, buck sweep pass. Who knows? Reverses, you never know, because they're going to be thinking the same way we are. They're going to bust out some new things, but not throw out the whole playbook here for their district opener.
So preparation-wise, you saw that Coach said they did some different things in practice this week. How different is it compared to a typical pro-style offense or what we see on high school level? The spreads become more out there. how do you prepare differently? Is it a 1 week thing and then you're back to a different practice style, kind of like playing Navy or Army or somebody like that for a college team?
It really is, and then it turns into a teaching moment. It's a classroom because this week we're going to learn in pods, and we're going to learn this part of the game. You guys are going to learn this part of the game, and then you guys are going to learn this part of the game. So you have to be very specific. You have to be responsibility driven, and it's similar to running the old split back veer or the wishbone, any type of option. You've got people that are going to take care of the dive. You've got people that will take care of the quarterback, and then you've got people that will take care of the pitch. Same thing here. You've got to have somebody that takes care of the dive. You've got to have somebody that takes care of the ball carrier. And then you've got to have somebody to make sure they have their eyes on the quarterback too, along with your teammates that have to make sure they're taking care of the pass behind you. Because it's easy to talk about, but it's difficult when you're a player that's been aggressive. You can come downhill and hit. And now all of a sudden coach is saying, hey, remember, you're watching that wingback right there. He's the guy that you're waiting to see if he's going to sneak out across the formation or sneak out late and try to run down the field and do some kind of little quick belly fake to the running back and then throw it quick out there, because they're going to have quick routes. They'll have that bootleg route, and then if they do anything fancy, they'll just straight drop and throw something deep. But I don't see that in their game plan, but you never know.
Yeah, and that's what I would think is the tough part for a defense is you're used to the attack, and then now you're having to hold back just a little bit. And you mentioned that sometimes that creates a big plays on offense, because the college I went to, we run the wishbone, and you see it all the time, big plays out of the run. You're like, how did they get 20 yards out of that? But look at Julian Ashley is their big-time runner. He's a sophomore, number 21. You'll see him get the ball a lot. He's averaging 14.8 yards per carry. He has scored 8 touchdowns in 3 games. So that's it. That's a kid that has a lot of speed. I saw he had a 4.40. He runs the 400 in track and runs 51. So, when you're seeing that, the misdirection, all it takes is a little hole or somebody just cheating one step, and then they're by you, and that's what they're banking on, I guess.
And you know what? That's happening these first 3 games. Those 3 opponents probably scrimmage teams that are spread. They're not scrimmaging anybody that runs the wing tee because they don't have to worry about them in district. So, part of the success they're having on offense is because those teams, it's early in the season, and then plus they haven't spent a lot of time working on it. But, we knew going in, the coaching staff here knew going in what to expect and what we were going to get with Terrell. So we talk about, hey, they've had this week, but in all honesty, they've been preparing, and they've had a scheme and things ready to go.
Well, we're about 10, almost 11 minutes away from kickoff tonight. We're going to take a short break here, and we'll come back, hopefully have the national anthem. The teams will be heading out to the field, but if you're not out here, come on out. It's a nice night for a football game. We'd like to get a big crowd here at Corsicana. As the Tigers, like we said, are 2-1 on the season, looking to get their first district win in a few years. So we'll be back. Give us about a 3-minute break, and we'll be right back.
Griffin Roughton Funeral Home, Hometown Medical Associates, Dusty's Landscape, and Fence Company. Ladies and gentlemen, the varsity cheer team coached by Anna Kasperzik and Emily Momford includes the following. Sophomores, Carly Clary, Alyssa Demos, Ava Saad. Juniors, Denham Mullen, Arende Rojas, Audrey Rojas, and Kamaria Williams. The seniors, Tiffany Stamey, Abigail Wynn, Junior Lieutenant Addie Burke, Senior Lieutenant Lila Hodge, and Captain Tatum Petty. Our varsity cheerleaders of the week are Eva Saad and Kamaria Williams. Our Corsicana Tiger Band welcomes all Tiger football fans to visit their Tiger merch stand located near the south entrance's concession stand. All items are $5. Show your Tiger spirit while helping raise funds for our Corsicana Tiger Band's marching season.
National Bank and Trust Stadium here in Corsicana, Texas, as the team's making their way on the field. The Terrell Tigers just broke through their tunnel, and Corsicana Tigers are about to. And we're going to send it down to Chuck, get some sideline report. Chuck, tell us what you're seeing down there, what the weather's like.
Well, fellas, it's a little warm. Got a little southerly breeze down here as Terrell, like you said, made their way onto the field. Want to give a quick shout out to Raymond Lennox for filling in for me last week. You know you got a good radio crew when your starter's Glenn Carano and your backup's Roger Staubach. or for you, Stephen, you got Steve Avery as your day one starter and Greg Maddox at 5. But hey, we'll take it. Again, thanks Raymond as he's standing right here beside me. He did a great job. I enjoyed getting to watch it. I watched you guys from Abilene. Stephen, I know you're subbing for Rusty tonight, but it was neat to watch and just sit there and watch it on TV and YouTube and listen to all the great knowledge being spewed out. But glad to be back here tonight. Tigers got a good contest, good district opener for them, and looking forward to this football game.
Hey, it's my turn next week. We need to find a backup. I'm going to go on the DL, and somebody needs to fill in for me.
Nobody can replace you.
Oh, yeah. Snap of the finger.
Yeah, there you go. Well, we are expecting a good game tonight. I think it's going to be fun just to kind of see how this district opens up. I mean, like you said, Terrell's 3-0. Coach, I heard Rusty say on the pregame coaches show their opponents are 0-9. So they haven't really played probably that tough a schedule, but you never know. They put a lot of points up, but our defense has played really well first part of the season.
They really have, and Coach Stedberry's done a good job. He did a good job with them, with the Tigers last year, with his team, and they've continued that momentum. So they're confident coming into this game, and especially putting up the points that they did. And then each team only scored 14 points for each game, so they feel pretty sure about themselves. But I think that coming here tonight and going against the blue and gold Tigers, I think this game will be a lot different than last year's game. And I just think that we too have confidence. We too are very driven, and we are going to come out and have a good game as well. So it's going to be a good football game, and like Coach Rogers says, it's not going to be like it was last year. It's going to be a knockdown, drag-out, and that's the way, the wing T kind of tends to play. And then with good old Corsicana hard-nosed football, we used to we are coming back to being that very physical and dominant team.
Well, we want to thank some title sponsors and some other sponsors. Title sponsors for the game tonight is Community National Bank and Trust. Also, Vans Custom Jewelry. Also brought to you by Brinson Auto Group, McKee Lumber, Farmer & Sons Exterminators. We want to thank all those guys for their help and support of Corsicana Tiger football. The Tigers now are walking out of the tunnel. They got the smoke screen and instead of running out, walking out. I think that's kind of neat. So.
That goes back to 1982, Stephen. So Eugene was a part of that team with Rusty and I. And, we started doing that after our first district game against Waxahachie, and that's just the unity. That's what that is.
I love that. That's the cool thing about having a coach that has history in the program. You see that some colleges they'll bring back a former player, high schools. I mean, when you can connect that legacy
at this time,
with the current kids, it really makes a difference. And I think that's a way you can create community interest as well. And I know, we would like to see more out here this year, but you keep winning, that'll happen. So
you're right.
We're going to go to the Star Spangled Banner and National Anthem, and we'll be right back, taking a 2 or 3 minute break while we play the anthem.
Yes, Thomas, perfect. Because they hadn't even started the anthem. Yeah. Yeah, because we still got our guys to walk out, so we're in good shape.
Captains for today. First of all, for the visitors, number 8, Caden Valentine. Number 13, Ryan Thomas. 22, Keenan Morrow. And number 71, Christian Gordon. Captains for your Corsicana Tigers. Number 31, Josiah Lopez. Number 34, Landon Emmett. 55, Timothy Nathan.
Yeah, I'll make sure that I mention that we don't have a roster for Terrell. Yeah.
Terrell won the toss, elected to receive.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you are able at this time, we ask that you please rise. Gentlemen, we ask that you remove your caps as the Corsicana High School Air Force Junior ROTC presents the colors. We now ask that you join the Tiger Band as we honor the United States of America with the playing of our national anthem.
Welcome back to Community National Bank and Trust Stadium. Richie Cotrere and Stephen Nutt tonight, bringing you the Corsicana Tiger football contest versus the Terrell Tigers. Looks like we had the coin flip while we were out, but we want to mention the coin flip was sponsored by Fireman's Pest Control. We'll have the kickoff here coming up. That's sponsored by Northside Baptist Church.
Those of you that are watching on the stream, it's okay. We're all right. We just had a little technical difficulties. We'll make it. Everything will be great. And we'll do a better job in the making sure our mics are cut off so you can listen to the sounds of what's going on there.
Back deep for Terrell, number 2, Roderick Hambrick.
And to let you know
21,
also, we have
Julian
not received
Ashley.
a Terrell Tiger roster, so we will only be calling numbers as we go through this quarter unless we receive a roster.
Kicking off for
sometime soon.
Corsicana, number 15, Giancarlo
The Tigers
Zuniga.
line up. They'll line up for the kickoff. Number 15.
Tiger fans, get on your feet and
Kicks
show your
off
support for your
Giancarlo Zuniga.
Corsicana Tigers.
Will kick off for the Tigers. And there's a short kickoff. It's going to be fielded around the 20. He gets 5 yards, number 1 for the Terrell. He's got out to the 40. He's got some space, 50, 40, 30. He's got one defender to beat, and it looks like he's going to take that one all the way to the touchdown. Terrell Tigers. That's not the way you wanted to start
Touchdown,
the
Terrell.
game off.
No, it's not, and that's quite honestly, that's a shocker because we have done so very well in our kickoff coverage right there. But then also you also get the opportunity to see the speed that Terrell has, and they've got some good running backs, and there's one of them that took it to the house right there. So just time to regroup. That's one play in a multitude of plays that we're going to have.
Number 17 will kick for Terrell. He's a left-footed kicker. He'll kick the extra point,
Abundance.
and it's up, and it looks like it is good.
The extra
so
point
the
attempt by
Tigers will
Abundance
take a-
is good.
Terrell Tigers will take a 7-point lead, and we'll take a
Holding
quick
on
break
the
right
play
here
was
after a
number
quick
6,
score,
Elijah
13
Weber.
seconds. Tigers down 7-0. They'll get the ball when we come back. Yep,
Yes, sir.
that was a receiver, Noah Lewis.
Okay,
I've got a few numbers just I pulled off Max Prep. So.
good deal.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight in our concession stands, we have Chick-fil-A sandwiches. We also have Domino's Pizza. Show your support for the Tigers and enjoy some delicious chicken sandwiches and pizza.
All right, we're back here. Tigers give up the kickoff return as number 1 Noah Lewis for the Terrell Tigers took it roughly 80 yards all the way, weaving through the Tiger defenders with some pretty good speed there. He's a receiver. We might see him again, but as we mentioned, they've got a lot of speed. It's going to be important to be able to get those hits on them in the open field. It's going to be tough.
Well, it's just a quick
Kicking off for
event,
Terrell
13
is number
seconds of the
17,
game. Now
Juan
it's
Abundance.
time. We're settled in. Now it's time for us to
Back
do our
deep for
part. and make sure that
Corsicana,
we take care of
Jaqueline Walker.
what we know we can take care of and get it done.
Jaqueline Walker is back for the Tigers. He'll be about at the 7-yard line. Terrell kicks deep, left-footed kicker. Fielded at the 9 and taken up to the 22-yard line will be number 1. That's Keenan Murphy.
Damon Brown on the return. Forced out of bounds by Elijah Weber.
That kickoff was brought to you by Northside Baptist Church. They're a great sponsor. Several of our sponsors, GoCo Trucking, Hometown Flooring, those two guys have always sponsored Corsicana Tiger sports, and we appreciate that.
It's great to have community support and to know that these kids know that they've got people out there in the community that are doing those kind of things for them.
So Corsicana will take the field offensively. Number 2 is our quarterback, Kevin Pointer. He's back behind in a shotgun formation, an empty backfield. There's a snap. He looks left. He's going to go deep to 7, and it's tipped up and picked off by number 18 for the Terrell Tigers. So 2 plays in has not been too good for the Corsicana Tigers as they had a return
Rolling on the
kickoff
hill
and
is
now
an
a
interception.
turnover.
Throwing the ball up to Mark Brown, one of the standouts here for the Tigers, and that's a design play for Mark. Put him in the offensive formation. Of course, they went empty on there to make the adjustment to make sure Terrell adjusted. Great throw and hit Mark in the hands, and I couldn't tell if it got knocked out of his hands and then the safety came over and caught the ball before it hit the ground. But all right, now that's only a few seconds. Now it's time for the defense to kick in and set the tone. But the body energy and the life of the team needs to pick up here because we've got a little drag.
Terrell Tiger
in us. At
football.
least that's the way it
They
looks
take
from
over
our
at their own
vantage point.
45-yard line. First
So
down.
the Terrell
10.
Tigers dressed all in white. They'll hand off to number 1 or number 2. Number 2 is Roderick Hambrick. He gets up, gets about a 15-yard gain to the Tiger 39.
Ran a lead right there, and we overran it with the backside pursuit. You've got to stay on your side of the ball in order to make those plays. You can't overrun it. Did a great job. Bivens did a great job filling in there on the lead block. But then Walker looked like he went past
Moves the ball
and
into
overran the
Corsicana
play when he's
territory.
got to stay downhill and
First and
idle
10,
down
Terrell
in order to make a
from the
tackle.
Corsicana 39.
Terrell quick to the line. They're going to toss it to the left. It looks like Julian Ashley out there. He goes out wide. He's going to pick up another 12 yards, 13, maybe 15. It looks like it to the Tiger 25-yard line.
And they'll hurry and they'll be quick to get set up. You've got to stay and maintain the outside leverage. That's your job. Make sure you
And
take
Ashley on
care
the
of it.
carry.
There's a snap. He's going to hand it up the middle. That'll be Hambrick, and he gets another 10 yards. So 3 plays have resulted in over 10 yards right off the bat.
And Renard Jennings
Roger
there on the
Henry.
play coming from that rover spot, that outside backer spot. They're fast when they have a lot of success and when they make a big play, they're going to get back on the line quick. You can tell right now that they're going to want to eat up clock.
Yes,
They huddle and
Yep. So they come to the line now. You got 1 back now. That's Hambrick, but they're going to hand it off to Ashley, and he's going to pick up, looks like 3 yards.
Ashley
It'll
on
be
the carry.
2nd and 7.
great
Brought
job
down by
right there
Alan
working
Walker.
on the wing side of the formation. Frank Jackson
Josiah
did a
Lopez.
fantastic job taking on the lead block, and then Josiah Lopez coming in to
3-yard
make a play.
gain.
Great defense right there on
Second
the
down 7
on the
for
initial
Corsicana 12-yard
sweep.
line.
It's a form of a buck sweep, a counter, and I think they give them the opportunity to do whatever they need to or go wherever they need to go.
Ashley and Hambrick in the backfield. He hands off to Ashley. Ashley's up the middle. Again, he'll pick up another
Julian Ashley
probably
once
4
again on
yards
the carry
this time.
for
They'll leave
Terrell.
him just short of the first down by about 2.5 yards.
Another good job by Rashard Jennings, and the running
Renard
backs just
Jennings
get a
on the
feel
stop
for what
for
both
Corsicana.
guards go and pull. That's a buck
Brings
sweep
up third
look,
down,
and he
3.
just breaks off of the block. Great job by Bernard on making a play there.
Big third down right here. Handoff up the middle, and the Tigers are going to snuff
Yes,
it out.
sir.
No gain right there.
Roderick Hambrick on the carry.
Alan Walker and Josiah
by
Lopez.
Josiah
Great
Lopez.
feel. He filled,
No
Walker
gain.
filled the gap because
Fourth down,
he
3.
outran the down block that he was going to get from a guard that was not pulling or the center that was coming off to him. His speed and his quickness, and he read it knew what to expect. Great play right there defensively.
4th and 3. Terrell's going for it. The fake. Hall rolls out to his left. He's going to be open up to the touchdown, and he'll sneak in right around the pylon, and that's another touchdown for the Terrell Tigers.
Touchdown.
Just
Terrell.
well-executed play that we just didn't defend right there. We didn't have outside contain or outside support because that's that little waggle boot look, and we didn't have anybody to slow the quarterback
On
up
to attempt the extra
and
point
get in
is
his
number
face.
17.
And then, of course, they
Juan
had the back that
Abundez.
snuck out, and he was open as well. So, needless to say, they put the ball in the end zone.
And the extra point kick is up, and it's good. So the Terrell Tigers will take a
The extra point is
14-0
up
lead
and
here
good.
with 8:39 left in the
8:39
first quarter.
Left in the
We'll
first
take a
quarter.
timeout and be
Score,
back,
Terrell
and the
14,
Corsicana Tigers will try to get
0.
something going offensively. Let's do a minute. Yeah.
In other sports action, tonight the Corsicana Tiger volleyball team beat Terrell 3-0. The Tiger record is now 2-2. That Terrell scoring drive, 6 plays, 2 minutes, 54 seconds, 55 yards. Capped off by the touchdown run by Nolan Hill. Juan Abundez set to kick off for Terrell. Damon Brown along with Jaqueline Walker. Back deep for Corsicana. Braxton Stoner on the fair catch for Corsicana. Tigers set up first down and 10 from their own 30-yard line. Mark Brown on the carry for Corsicana. Gain of 9, second down, 1.
You know, because he's got to let them know the play and everything, so that's all new.
Snap to him. He's going to take it right up the middle, blocked by Stoner. He's going to get the first down as he picks up roughly 5, 6 yards there for the Tigers.
That was a big play right there. He had to meet, and he ends up
that
coming
hometown
out. Of course,
replay,
corner
first down,
comes in, but he
Corsicana.
took some blows and he delivered. He had to earn his keep to get those yards right there.
So Kevin Pointer back in at quarterback. He's in the shotgun. He's got Keenan Murphy beside him. He's going to throw it deep, and Drake Petty was the intended receiver, but I'm not sure he ever got to the spot where that ball was meant to be caught.
He didn't get to the spot, and it was just a great job on coverage there. Got a little physical and, you know, altered the path of Petty and slowed him down so that point of where they wanted to make connection just wasn't going to happen.
Real quick, I'm going to give you the starting lineup on offense. It's Kevin Pointer at the quarterback. You've
Pass
got,
ball's incomplete, second
the running
10.
back Keenan Murphy.
Corsicana,
You've got
46-yard line.
receivers Mark Conley. Got halfback Braxton Stoner to start with, and he's in motion at the moment. They're going to snap it to Pointer. He's going to hand off to Murphy, and he's got nowhere to go, as though he'll be met about a yard or two behind the line.
Yeah, our point of attack where we're trying to get Stoner to lead up on a linebacker.
All done Moreno stuff for
We
Terrell.
didn't have any opening there anywhere that
Loss of 3,
Braxton
loss of 2,
could get through
second
there
and
to
third
get to the
down, 12.
linebacker, and they stuffed it at the point of attack, and we can't allow those type of things to happen.
It's 3rd and 12 now for the Tigers from their own 44-yard line. Pointer drops back. He sees Stoner up the middle. It hits off his hands as he's about to be hit by the safety there, and he's down. He's hurting a little
Braxton
bit.
Stoner, the intended receiver.
I hope that just knocked the wind out of him. That's what we're looking for there.
He's just trying to
Timeout
get
on
that
the
seam
field.
route there, it looked like, but a little bit high throw there from
Timeout on the
Pointer.
field.
And it'll bring up 4th down and 12, and the Tigers will, I guess there's an injury
We'll have,
timeout.
we'll have an injury timeout. Yeah, it's a different Braxton being on the varsity and getting led inside like that is something new for him. And then when you're up 14-0 in the secondary and you know it's a 3rd and 12 and they're going to
Starters on the offense for Corsicana,
back off
0.
waiting to tee off.
Keenan Murphy,
And,
1 Damon Brown,
Braxton
2
took the
Kevin
brunt of
Pointer
that hit
Jr.,
right there.
4
So
is C.J. Davis, 7 Mark
we hope
Brown,
it's just
13
gotta catch your breath.
Stoner, 14
Let's take
Drake
a 30
Petty,
second break. It looks
15
like it's going to take a
Giancarlo
little bit. So we'll be
55,
right back
Timothy Nathan,
with more Corsicana
57,
Tiger football.
Tristan Herod, 75 Max Gomez, 77 Joshawn Mathis. Braxton Stoner shaking up on the play. Walking off under his own power. As we return to action, Zuniga back to punt on 4th
All right,
down,
we're back.
12.
The Tigers are going to drop back and
Receiving
punt
for Terrell is
here,
number
4th
21,
and
Julian
12
Ashley.
from their own 44. It's a low punt, angled to the right sideline. It'll be almost fielded, but he decides to let it go. So the Tigers will down it there at the 19 of the Terrell Tigers. It'll actually be the 18-yard line is where the Terrell Tigers will start their next
Kristen
offensive
Evans.
series. So far, they've scored on their only offensive
for
series, and then
Corsicana.
they had the kickoff return. So it's going to be up to the
Downing the ball
Tiger
at the
defense to
18-yard
slow
line.
them down a little bit.
Take care of your responsibility. Coach talked about it in his coach's show, and I know they coached it and watched film on it, drilled on it, and their practices were based around those pods and those situations and knowing what to expect that would come your way. So you're already pre-thinking of what you need to make sure you're aware of, and then you just react to things that are different. Things weren't different on that last touchdown run. There wasn't anything different
First
that
and
they
10
had
from its
done
own
that we hadn't
18-yard
seen.
line.
So hopefully we got it back on track.
And here's the play. It's a handoff up the middle. Looks like his
Handoff to Roderick Hambrick
Yeah,
Jr.
Hambrick and Alan Walker with the tackle.
but it was after he picked up about 4 yards, so it'll be 2nd and 6.
Alan Walker on
Yeah,
the
we
stop.
had the initial
Corsicana.
contact at maybe behind or at least at the line of scrimmage, and we just slid off of it. So
5-yard gain
Bring him
brings
in.
up 2nd down, 5.
pads a little bit more we need.
Hall takes a snap. He hands off inside to number 44, and he'll get roughly 7 yards there and be a Terrell Tiger
Tucker.
first down.
Give you that
Carry
influence
for Terrell.
block, and they're
Brown
trapping, so they
on the
open
stop.
things up, and
7-yard gain.
they just busted it. It's a quick hitting play, and you've got to be ready, and that's more of a backside type look that you ought to be able to get through to make a play because they're hitting the point of
First and
attack.
10, Terrell from its own 31-yard line.
Terrell to the line. Nolan Hall, the quarterback, up under the center. He'll take a snap. He'll fake the handoff. He's looking to throw long. He got a receiver He went out, and I think Hall thought he would
Hall's
be running
pass
down the
falls
middle, so
incomplete.
nowhere near on that pass.
Second down.
Executed very well. They're in their typical, well, it wasn't typical. It was a pro formation with a slot away from the tight end and a little play fake. We had Alan Walker coming on a blitz, created some pressure, and he just threw it up. I'm not real confident in their quarterback's ability to throw the ball, but there you go.
He fakes the toss and hands it off to number 23. He's going to try to get outside, but he maybe pick up 1 yard. So good job there by the Tigers.
Brown making a play. There is where you take care of your responsibility and you make a heck of a play. That's a heck of a play by DeMond Brown.
Tigers.
That is absolutely picture
Gain
perfect.
of
That ought to
1.
be
Brings up
highlighted
third
in the
down.
film
9.
session tomorrow. Great job.
And that'll bring up a 3rd and 9 for Terrell. Tigers looking to make a stop here. Hall under center. He's going to drop back, short drop. He's going to throw it outside, and it's going to be incomplete. But
Did you see the? Did I not? I
Pass
saw a
falls
flag.
incomplete.
didn't
Yes, you did.
probably
For
a
the
hold
pass,
there, Chuck.
holding number 1 of the defense.
You are correct, Mr.
10-yard
Matt.
penalty from the spot from the previous
Chuck,
spot.
since you jumped
Automatic,
in,
first down.
the feel right now in the game.
Well, I was looking on my phone to the 80s lyric, one man's nightmare is another man's dream. And it's Terrell's dream starting. Hey, let's return the kickoff and then get a turnover and go score. And it's a little quiet down here right now, fellas.
So Terrell will have a first down and 10 from their own 42-yard line. There's a snap. There's a handoff to Ashley. Ashley gets to the wide side, and he's going to pick up another first down and more as he gets up to the Tiger 45-yard line.
Marquise Cooks with the tackle there, and that just showed your speed because Alan Walker ended up he didn't end up making the
Officials
tackle like
timeout on the
normal. That
field for an
speed just
injury.
kept running away from him, and we've got Marquise down right now.
Please set the play clock to 40 seconds.
He
40
was
seconds
hurting
on the
there,
play clock.
right on the 42.
I tell you, Richie, you make a good point. The angle of pursuit in tonight's game versus the previous threes got to be a little bit different. They are a quick team.
Now check that number 21, Julian Ashley. They say he runs a 4.4. He looks all that quick and more maybe.
He truly does. I've seen already 2 or 3 times the angle of attack is just off. They worked the first 3 weeks. Again, it's not working tonight. They're going to have to adjust that angle, especially when he has the ball.
We're getting at the line of scrimmage. The hole is opening up because we're just letting them continue to drive us away or off the ball. And we've got to fight to maintain our leverage and our location because if we don't, we open things up. And just like that last play, you're able to run the little buck action in the
I'd like
back.
to
when you
thank
fake
Small
the
Engine
fullback
Sales
give
and
to the
Service
running
LLC
back.
for their continued support of Tiger Athletics.
He can not only run to the gap, but then he can dip back outside and not
If you're a
have
part
any
of the
pressure
fastest fourth grader race,
run away
please
from it.
head
We've got
to
to
the
do a
south
better
end
job
zone at this
on the
time.
line
Once
right there
again,
and
if you're
maintaining
part of
gap
the
control.
fastest fourth grader, head to
Here
the
we go,
south
first
end.
and 10. Terrell has it on the Tiger 45-yard line. There's a handoff to Hambrick. There's a flag on the play as Hambrick gets hit at the
Roger
line. He'll
Hambrick
pick up none.
On the carry, there is a flag
Bivens,
down. on the
Walker,
play.
and Jennings all in on that tackle. Great play by all 3 of the guys.
See what the
Holding,
call is.
65. Offense,
A
10
hold
yards.
on number
Still
65
first
for
down.
Terrell. So that'll move them back 10 yards, and it'll be first down and 20 for Terrell.
That's good. I like that because wing T guys with those angle blocks and because they just end up engulfing you as they block down. Maybe we'll get some calls there, and I'll have an eye out for that too.
After
Maybe
the
we're onto
penalty,
something.
All right, bring up first and 20.
from the
Tigers.
Terrell
There's
45.
a snap. Hall's going to throw it deep. We've done a good job so far defending that pass. And they don't.
Tyson
Brown did a
Hooper,
great job there. If we'd have had
receivers.
a 7-man crew, we would have had an
Brown on the
official
coverage
in that
for
corner
Corsicana.
area where they threw the quick fade,
Second
and I
down,
think we would
20.
have had an offensive pass interference because Brown got his
He's pulling on it.
got pulled and pulled away, but that didn't change where he was able to make a play right there.
So 2nd and 20. Terrell hands off to Ashley. Ashley's going to go up the middle.
Ball's out.
He's got stripped of the ball.
Julian
Ended up
Ashley on
back
the
in his
carry.
hands.
He was able to pick it up and pick up about 6 yards. So that'll bring up 3rd and about 14 for
First man
Terrell.
there for Corsicana, number 99,
Alan Walker
Fidel
had the
Gonzalez.
strip, and it just bounced right back in his hands.
6-yard gain.
Big third
Brings up
down
third
right
down,
here. We need
14.
to establish ourselves right here, and let's go ahead and stop them. I won't be surprised, though, if they don't make it here if they go for
Still, yeah, they probably won't punt, but it'd be a big confidence booster to be able to get a stop right here. They're up at the line. Hall's under center. He's going to drop back and pass. The pass is complete to the 40. He gets up to the 45. It's going to be right at the marker. I think they're probably going to
Pass
give him the
complete to
first
Ryan
down.
Thomas.
I couldn't see the number that
Mark Brown,
the receiver there for Terrell.
You know, he's got his back flap out.
along
It
with
looks
Renard
like
Jennings,
13,
who stopped
13 Ryan
Corsicana.
Thomas.
and they are giving him a first down.
So kind of set down in that little spot, right?
Yeah, but and that's only a 5-yard route. That's not a
Yeah.
13-yard route. That's a 5-yard route that he ended up making another 8 to 9 yards.
First and 10, Terrell.
First and 10
Corsicana,
from
35.
Corsicana 35. There's a toss back to Hambrick. That's going to be shut down.
Roderick Hamrick
There's a
Jr.
helmet off. A couple of flags there.
I
Flags
think they're
now
going to get him
on the
for
play.
pursuing the play with the helmet off.
You can't win for losing with our helmets. They ain't no joke. They ain't no joke. We sure can. Alan Walker was in on the play. Fidel Gonzalez also was there. His presence is what broke that play up, and that enabled Alan to come in and to help finish that play off.
Well, we got a minute. I'd like to mention a few sponsors here. We got Wagoner Micro Title and Law Firm, Ace Leo's Plumbing, and Linda Housley
Personal
State
foul.
Farm.
Unnecessary
Supporters
roughness.
of
Number
Corsicana
31 of the
Tiger
defense.
football.
Continuing action after his helmet came off in the play. It's a
that was the
15-yard
right call
penalty
that
from the
Chuck made.
end of the run. Automatic
Pursuing
first down.
with the helmet off. See, I didn't even know that was the rule.
Yeah, and the bad part about it is it's a personal foul. It's 15 yards, and the player's got to come out because he's got to fix his helmet and all that stuff. So
So I'll make it 1st and 10 from the 20-yard
First down,
line
Terrell
now
for
for Terrell as
Corsicana,
they're threatening
20.
again. They're going to hand off inside. Number 44 is going to go right up the middle and pick up a 8-yard gain as he'll get down to the Tiger 12-yard line.
Rocker
Tucker.
Jennings and Fidel were in on that play as well, but they were in on that play
Gain of
8 yards down the field.
Second down, 2 from the Corsicana 12.
The Tigers are hoping they could get off the field after forcing a 1st and 20, and they were able. Terrell was able to pick up the first down, and now they're driving, threatening to score in the red zone. He's going to toss it out to Hambrick. Hambrick's going to go wide, and he's going to sneak in right under
see.
that pile. No, they didn't call it. They said
Nope.
he was out of bounds. He's going to
Roger
be out of
Hambrick.
bounds maybe at the 6-inch line, it looks like.
Yep.
Forced out by
Didn't
David
have our
Brown.
outside support, and when it got there, it was later.
At the
And
1.
Chuck, like you and I were talking about, that angle of pursuit and then just
First
the
and goal,
speed
Terrell.
itself. We've got to
Corsicana,
be able to make sure
1.
we've got somebody out there that has that leverage to slow that speed down from the outside.
There's going to be a timeout by Corsicana Tigers here with a minute
Corsicana,
42
they're
left
first
in
of
the
the half.
first quarter.
60
Tigers are
seconds in
down
like-
14-0, and Terrell's threatening for more, but we'll be right back in 1 minute.
As we return to action, 1 minute and 42 seconds left to go in the first quarter. Terrell football, first and goal from the Corsicana 1. Touchdown, Terrell. Juan Abundis on to attempt the extra point.
Down.
Here's the extra points up, and it's good. So it's going to be 21-0. Terrell Tigers take the lead with a minute 34 here
left to go in the
first quarter.
Our score, Terrell 21.
We'd like to continue to thank our title sponsors, Community National Bank and Trust and Vans Custom Jewelry. Also a couple other sponsors, YMCA of Corsicana and Sunset Realty. And we'll take a 1 minute break here as the Tigers will come back hoping to score and put it in this 21-0 lead.
Jaquaylin Walker back deep for the Tigers. That Terrell scoring drive, 14 plays, 82 yards, took 5 minutes and 17
We're back
seconds.
now at Community National Bank and Trust Stadium. Terrell Tigers are going to kick off from their 40-yard line. Corsicana Tigers down 21-0. Like to get a score here before the end of the quarter. Jaquaylin Walker back deep for the Tigers. They're going to kick it short again. It's going to land about the 25. It's tipped as nobody fields it. Terrell Tigers might have got on top of that. It was bouncing around there around the 20-yard line. They're indicating they got it.
And they do.
And it looks, that was a situation where they were trying to kick that in the little gap there between Stoner and the back guy, and nobody decided they were going to field it. And that's kind of like in my terminology, that's a fly ball that the center fielder and the left fielder, and they all think somebody else got it. Nobody gets it.
Right, and I know they've been taught, and there's rules to what the up man goes to and what the deep man goes to, and they communicate that. And it's, we've had pooch kicks, all season, our 3 weeks here. So they've got to get out of the funk that they're in, because I feel like we're in a funk at 21-0.
Malaysia Bell, will you please head down to
how
the
that
south end zone?
shows,
Malaysia
and we
Bell,
need to get out of
please
that
head to the south end zone
in order to give ourselves a chance, and just accepting the fact that things are going this way is not satisfactory.
So Terrell Tigers back under center. There'll be a pass by Hall. He's got a wide open receiver in the end zone, and they'll quickly strike again, and it's going to be 27-0.
Pass complete to Ryan Thomas.
Very quick, and
touchdown, Terrell.
As you've got to think this is what they're going to do. They're going to try to strike fast, and they have done exactly that, and they did exactly that on that particular play right there.
Like you said, sometimes when you get down, you see a team is kind of dragging, that's when to attack. That's what they're doing right now.
That's exactly right, and we're giving off those vibes to them.
Attempt the extra point.
Number 17's in for his 4th extra point of the night, and he has a good leg there, and it's right through the middle, and that'll make it 28-0.
Attempt is up and good.
Terrell. And with 1 minute, 20 seconds left here in the first quarter, we'll head to a timeout and take a 30-second break. We'll be right back.
That Terrell scoring drive, 1 play, 21 yards in 14 seconds.
11. He's up to the 20. He's going to be brought down around the 25-yard line. So decent return there by Walker.
Kickoff
And
return
the
for
Tigers will
Corsicana.
start from their own 25.
I didn't like the way we reverted back to ourselves right there in the exchange after the tackle. We went back to the way that we the reason why we brought Coach Rogers back in, you know?
Yep.
And I know that's not what he teaches.
14-yard return for Walker. Corsicana sets up first down and 10 from its own 25-yard line.
The 25, Pointer in the shotgun. Keenan Murphy now to his right. A couple of Tigers are trying to get set. A little bit of confusion, it looks like, on the play.
Yeah,
they'll have to call a timeout.
Yeah, we had trouble getting set right there for whatever reason.
Their second of the half, 60 seconds in late.
And that's not normal. So I don't know.
Hey, Chuck, you got anything on what the confusion was right there?
No, but it wasn't just one player. That everybody looking over had their hands up like, what are you trying to say? So there was a mass miscommunication. It wasn't just the quarterback. It was all the backs. So I'm not quite sure the miscommunication there, but it's definitely massive.
Unlike what we've done, we haven't seen that. So for some odd reason, we experienced it just then.
Like you mentioned, sometimes you kind of got hit in the mouth right here in the first quarter. You're dazed and confused.
Return to action. Corsicana Tiger football, first and 10 from its own 25.
Here's a snap. Pointer's going to throw it out wide. He throws it.
Makes a great throw.
Yep.
It's a great throw. We didn't get our head around it. Let me see who's that.
Number 8.
Kevin Pointer's pass intended for Jonathan Gray.
8.
Yeah, it was Jonathan Gray.
Incomplete.
Yeah, he just didn't get his head around. Kevin saw it open and he was ready and made a good throw on him.
Yeah, there were no defenders around.
No,
Brings up second down and 10.
He just didn't get his head around quick enough because that was evidently a quick route that they wanted to make sure they threw.
Second and 10. Tigers snap, handoff to Murphy up the middle, and he's going to be stopped for no gain, maybe lost a yard. Again, the Tigers
Keenan Murphy on the carry
having a hard time
for
getting
Corsicana.
anything going offensively as they
Met by a host.
handed off up the middle
Tigers.
and tried some passes.
Loss of 1, third down,
Their
11.
defense has been pretty good too.
It really has, and they're feeding off what the offense is serving up because, scoring quick and scoring often in a first quarter is just food that feeds these guys defensively.
Corner rolls out to his right. He's going to throw, and it'll be incomplete. So it'll bring up fourth down and 11. So Tigers
Drake Petty.
face another situation where they'll have to give up the ball. With
Pass
24
falls
seconds.
incomplete.
They sure do. That play right there did not, it just didn't work. We had a breakdown in a couple of different areas right there and ended up costing us. And so let's just make sure, well, it looks like we're going to be in good shape and not have to worry about a block because
Zuniga on
they're
the
in
punt.
safe return. Let's just get a nice punt right here.
Bounced the snap back to him, so he's not able to get a great kick on it. That's going to be fielded by Ashley about the 48. He's got to the 40. He's up to the Tiger 35, so he returns it roughly 17 yards up to the Tiger 35. That's where Terrell will take over.
On the punt return for Terrell.
We didn't get the
Brought
bounce.
down by Corsicana's Amontrot McCowan.
The single receiver back there was right in line with where the ball was kicked and
Terrell
was able
sets
to
up
take
first
off
down
and
and
go
10 from
and
the Corsicana
really caught us off guard
35-yard
as he
line.
was taking off and making his moves. McCowan was the defender that made the play. And we've got 13 seconds left here in the first quarter, and the ball is on our side of the field again.
And it's been on our side of the field most of the first quarter, and Tigers are going to have to figure out a way to slow down this offense and the speed of the Terrell Tigers.
it's time for us to put some defensive plays back to back with each other, slow things down.
There's a toss.
They're quick.
Ashley's going to throw it downfield. It's going to be picked off there by, I think that's Jaqueline Walker. He's going to be brought down at the 4.
Great play by Jaqueline, doing his job. He
Julian
did his
Ashley's
job,
pass
and that was a great job
intercepted
right there by Jaqueline.
by Jaqueline Walker.
Toss to Ashley, who's been running all over the place, and he pulls up to throw it deep, and Walker was able to stay with the guy. That is some discipline and good job right there.
Yes, and I can understand why Coach Rogers is a little disgruntled, because
Personal
you're not
foul,
supposed to
unnecessary
pick up
roughness
Slam.
on
yeah,
the
no,
offense.
that's not
15-yard
part of
penalty from the end of the run, automatic first
the
down.
game. It's just like playing without your helmet. You know, you can't do that. Well, you can't pick a guy up and slam him down to the ground either. So
They moved it
they
up
made
to
they
the
made the
19.
call.
They
did.
so they did end
They
up
did.
calling it.
Yeah, they did.
After the
Yeah,
penalty
it
yards,
was obvious.
Corsicana sets up first down
Looked
and
like
10
an old
from its
pile
own
driver in
24-yard line.
WWE wrestling.
That's right. It sure did.
So we'll have 1st and 10 from the 19. There's a snap, handoff to Mark Brown. He goes to his right. He's got a spy. He's got a seam. He's got all grass in front of him. He's at the 50, the 40, the 30, the 20, the 10. Touchdown, Mark Brown and the Corsicana Tigers. Great
Mark
job
Brown,
right there.
touchdown,
He
Corsicana.
didn't have much of a seam, but he got through there, broke a couple tackles, and he was gone.
And he did it in one shoe. His
Take a look
shoe
at that hometown replay.
28. Yeah. His shoe is back there. That's the kind of stuff that I know Coach Rogers had in store, because you put Mark in the pistol back there behind the quarterback. You got a running back next to the quarterback to be your lead blocker, and all it is a form of a stretch zone, a stretch. You know, where you run to the outside, a toss sweep, but you're trying to get Mark to the outside and then let him break on whatever he has open.
There's a kick. Extra be the Bottle Cap Alley extra point, but it is
The extra point
blocked.
attempt is
So
no
We'll
good.
stay at 6 points.
As we go to the second quarter
in the
of play,
half,
our
in the
score,
quarter,
Terrell
it
28,
was scored
Corsicana
into the
6.
first quarter, but it is 28-6, and we'll take, I guess, a minute break and come back and start the second quarter as the Corsicana Tigers will finally kick off.
That Tiger scoring drive goes one play, 80 yards in 10 seconds. Capped off by Mark Brown's 76-yard touchdown run.
Not tomorrow, it's next Saturday. It's next Saturday. That's the Hall of Fame game.
Hello, Tiger fans. Welcome to our second annual fastest fourth grader race.
Down with you.
Big thank you to Custom Tees for the uniforms
Saturday,
tonight
3 o'clock.
and Chick-fil-A for the prizes. Our starter tonight is the Honorable Stephanie Howell, Superintendent of Corsicana ISD. J.P. Johnson is our start judge. Let's meet our participants. Ladies first. From Bowie, Mays Boulware. From Sam Houston, Allie Covington. From Fannin, Emma Maya. And from Carroll,
They're doing that.
Anaya Davis.
They're doing that on the stream.
Okay, Miss Howell,
Yeah.
the field is yours.
And what we'll do is we'll just, when they announce who the winner is, we'll announce who the winner is.
Mays Boulware with the win. Good job, Mays. All right, now it's time for the boys race. From Bowie, Dax Kelly. From Sam Houston, Alan Aceves. From Fannin, Isaiah Pinkard. From Carroll, Denzel Kelly. And from Navarro, Canfin Olapai. Okay, Miss Howe, the field is yours. Denzel Kelly. Great job. Thanks again, Custom Tees and Chick-fil-A.
That was DJ Kelly.
Is it DJ or Denzel? I couldn't tell.
Oh, maybe.
We would like to recognize our second quarter sponsor, Hometown Medical. Just like Friday Night
We're back
Lights,
at Union
Hometown
National
Medical
Bank Trust Stadium.
roots run deep.
The Tigers will kick
Strong
off here
Idaho.
to start the
And his
second
staff
quarter. We had
keep
the
our Tigers
elementary
and their
school
families healthy.
fastest
Hometown for all your medical
fourth grader. That was a good contest with the girls. Who did you write
Maze
down?
Boulware.
Maze Boulware. There's a kickoff by the Tigers. Ashley's going to field it at the 10. He's going to get up the middle. He's got a little space, quick to the outside, but we're able to drag him down there at the 24.
Bernard Jennings there on the play. He's having a heck of a game.
Julian Ashley
Doing a great job defensively, and then also
on the
now
return, brought down by
engaging in the
Corsicana's
special
Bernard
teams.
Jennings.
So the Tigers will have a chance here to try to stop the Terrell Tigers and get a stop and maybe put a dent in this score right away.
I sure hope so. And for the boys, they did it in the girls ran
and
first
boys.
and the boys ran second. I think, listening to Coach Owen down there, it's hard to hear, but I think Denzel Kelly won
Terrell Tiger
the
football,
fourth grade
first and
boys,
10
and I
for the
hope I
Corsicans
got
from
his
their
first
own
name right.
24.
Pretty good speed in the fourth grade. We need
Yes.
to start them early. Here comes Hall's going to hand off up the middle. I think that's big number 44, and he's going to rumble down for about 8 yards.
Big
Ron
number 44
Tucker.
got tackled by Alan Walker.
Brought
Alan
down by
rode him
Corsicana's
for about
Alan
9
Walker.
or 8. Yeah, rode him for about 8. 44 has been a tight
Gain
end
of 8.
for him. And,
Brings
I
up
haven't
second
seen
down,
him in
2.
the backfield, but tonight he's been in the backfield 2 or 3 different times at that fullback spot. So when he's back there, you know that he's going to get the ball. Because you can see he can carry people.
Yes. Now, line up quick. There's a flag actually right off the
Flag
bat.
down on the play.
Let's see what that is.
They break the huddle with 12.
That might be the case.
Illegal substitution on the offense. More than 11 players in formation. 5-yard penalty. Still second down.
See the official. He just took his time to make the call. Right.
Penalties in the game. Terrell 3 for 30. Corsicana
As we
2
see it
for
go
25.
back. We went back 5 yards, but we forgot we gained 8.
Yes, so it'll be second.
After the penalty,
7 yards, 8 yards.
Terrell football, second down,
Terrell Tigers
7.
back under center. Ball hands off inside to number 2, Hambrick. He's going to
Roger Hambrick on the carry.
Pick up of about 5 yards. And
No.
pick up 35.
Nice play by Adrian Bivens.
Adrian Bivens.
Playing off
Stop
the lead
for
block,
Corsicana.
and you can tell that's going to be a lead. The halfback is cheated up. He's heavy on his hands, so that means he's leaning forward.
3-yard gain.
And you know
Brings up
he's
third down,
going straight
4.
ahead. So nice little play right there by Bivens filling the hole.
There's a pass out to the flat on 3rd and 4, and it's Ashley, and he's gone. 40, 30, 20, 10, touchdown, Julian Ashley.
Yeah, that was fast. One of their quick little plays, and they are staying
Ashley,
true to form because
touchdown,
they
Terrell.
strike quickly. You can see why some of their running backs average 14 or more yards a carry, the 2 main running backs. But then when you have things like this go on and we don't have an answer for it, the speed just got us there.
Yeah, that's Ashley, and his speed is special, and you can see it the way he hits those gaps. Number 17 will come in to kick the extra point, try to make it 35. It's up, and it's good. That'll make it
Abundance' extra
35
point
to 6.
is up and
Terrell
good.
Tigers lead it here.
10:30 left to go before the
about a
half.
half into the
Terrell,
second quarter.
35, Corsicana,
And
6.
not a whole lot you can say other than the speed kills sometimes. That's what we're seeing tonight with this team. This Terrell team's really fast. We got some fast guys, but I think like you and Chuck both have talked about, the angle of pursuit hadn't been great tonight, especially with the speed that we're seeing on the other side.
Well, you know, right there, just a bubble that we've seen and we've played all 3 weeks. It's not a route that we've never seen. Right. It's not a route that we've never defended. It's nothing fancy and cute. We just did not make that play right there, and then
Terrell scoring
because
drive.
of that,
3 plays, 76
yards.
yards.
I mean, it's the same
In a
thing
minute
with us.
23.
If we throw it out there and we're able to get through, we're going to take off and be gone as well.
Yeah.
But that got us right there. And you're right, 35 points in, a full quarter, and
Waylon Walker, deep for
tiny
Corsicana.
We've got a minute and a half gone here, and we're down 35-0 here in the second.
Terrell will kick off here. Kick it deeper this time. Walker will field it again in the middle of the field at about the 5-yard line. He's at the 15. He's got a seam. He's up to the 30, and he'll be tackled there at the 31 or 2-yard line is where they'll spot it.
I really liked the way the return team there was able to get the depth that they needed to make the blocks, and then let things develop, and ended up making those blocks, at least getting in the way of the initial defenders that had made it down the field first. And then Walker did a great job of just taking off, because once he found a gap, he hit it, and he was getting all he could. Wasn't going to dance around, just hit it running, and did a great job of getting the ball past the 30.
27-yard return.
Kevin Pointer's back in the shotgun. You
Sets up the Tigers first down to 10.
And Keenan Murphy
on 32-yard line.
As the Tigers will line up. There's a snap. Takes the handoff to Brown. Going to go deep to Drake Petty. He's cut the catch. They're around the 34-yard line.
A little play fake. We're back in the pistol again with Mark.
Let's take a look at that hometown
the
replay.
play we've run when he's been back there has been the stretch.
Kevin Pointer's pass complete.
Sweet,
to number 14,
Drake
Petty.
Getting him to the outside. You play fake him, and Petty just kept running. And, there's fault in their defense as well. And when you backpedal and start looking at the ball and not defending the receiver, it catches up with you in a great throw and catch. The throw was short. Petty made a great adjustment to it and did a good job with a hand going up in front of him.
They're going to try the play again, I guess, and throw it into the end zone, but it's
Petty
over the head of Petty.
Then he got beat physically, but I just felt like he got held and
it looked that way to me.
knocked off, and that's a physical deal, but still you can't grab and just shove, because that's the same guy that threw Walker down when he made the interception. He picked him up, so he's a stronger player, but you still can't do that.
Second down, 10.
Here's a snap on 2nd and 10. Try to get it out quick, and it was incomplete pass.
Carlos
to
Zuniga,
number 15.
the intended receiver.
Got it out quick, but you just,
Brings up third down.
we were at a perfect angle to be able to see that ball, and that ball's just too far out in front of him in order to make that catch.
So that'll bring up 3rd down and 10 from the Terrell Tiger 25-yard line. Corsicana trying to answer the quick score by the Terrell Tigers.
Terrell's defense, their front 7, all 3 linebackers and their 4 defensive linemen are good players, and it's shown because it's limited us to a certain degree with our runs, except for Mark's big run.
There's a snap. It's fumbled. There's Pointer dropped back, and he had a clean guy coming at him, and he was able to evade it. They knocked the ball out, so he had to just fall back on it.
We didn't pick that up at all. We blew an assignment, it looks like, because you're letting a defensive end that's on the line of scrimmage go scot-free to the quarterback. So somebody missed an assignment there, and Pointer just tried to get away but kept one hand on it instead of 2, and they were able to knock the ball away. So we've got a 4th and 17, it looks like.
Yep, there's going to be a Corsicana timeout.
Corsicana takes their third and final timeout of the half, 60 seconds in length.
We'll take a 30-second break and be right back to see if we can make this 4th down.
That's good. That's what matters with you, is making sure that the radio folks can hear us and there's not stuff.
We're back at Community National Bank and Trust Stadium. I'm going to shout out a few of our sponsors. We got Fireman's Pest Control, Winter's Oil, GoCo Trucking, and Hometown Flooring, who are often sponsors of Tiger Sports, and we thank them for supporting the football team. Back now, 4th down and 17 on our own, on the Terrell 32. Tigers are going to go for it here. Down 35-6 with 9:28 in the second
We return to action in Corsicana football.
Hey, Chuck,
4th
before
down,
they
17.
kick this off, eye test?
Well, obviously, the eye test, and someone texts, I'll let you call this play.
Okay.
There's a rollout to the right. The pass over. Petty catches it.
Yes,
Think he
he
got
did. That
down.
was
That's going to
great.
be a 1st down.
Great catch. We had initial
Take a look
blocking
at
up
that.
front that looked good.
Hometown
We picked up the
replay.
blitzers. Pointer moved up in the pocket, made a great throw, wonderful catch, and keeping that single foot in there.
Yeah, what a great catch.
Chuck,
right
we'll
there.
come back to you after this play.
1st and 10 now from the 11. Tigers trying to punch it in here. Handoff inside to Keenan Murphy, but there's not a whole lot of room for him, and he'll actually lose a couple of yards as he's tackled in the backfield.
And we got 2 helmets that came off, one of our offensive linemen, and Murphy's helmet has come off. We didn't have a chance. Chuck, back to you on the eye test.
Well, the eye test is our lines on both sides, defense and offense, have to do a better job. They're getting dominated, which is why you have Porter throwing the football. Now he's making some beautiful throws, but my eye test is not their speed. Obviously, we've covered that, but then the front 4 and 5 on offense.
And that's the name of the game.
Yep, I mean,
You control the game with your offensive and defensive lines there.
so it'll be 2nd down and 12 from the 13-yard line. Pointer in the shotgun.
Flag down on the play.
Delay.
Took
Delay
too
of
long
game, offense,
on the play
5-yard
call
penalty.
there, so
Still
he'll
2nd down.
march the Tigers back another 5 yards, and they'll bring up 2nd.
Both teams now
17
penalized 3 times for 30 yards.
from the Tiger.
Brings up 2nd
18-yard
down,
line.
12
Yeah, that's, you just
from the Terrell 13.
did really well.
18.
Great throw and catch on a 4th down, and then we get stuffed, but then we turn right back around and have a penalty. So we need to get things going here.
There's a snap. Pointer throws it into the corner of the end zone. Mark Brown's being held down there. He's not able to get in there, and we see a flag.
Pass
so
intended
will-
for Mark Brown.
we'll
There is
call
a flag
Terrell
down
on
on
that
the
one.
play.
Finally we made that call. Because that's pretty much all he's doing. He's making sure he's getting in front, grabs hold of them, and he's able to manipulate them however he wants to there.
Hey, Richie, in all your coaching days, you ever see a back flap that's a $100 bill emblem? That's the first for me.
Never.
That's number one's back flaps. $100
Chuck,
bill emblem.
Chuck, it took me a while before back flaps ever came out. I don't think we had back flaps. I seen a back flap until here maybe. No, I take it back because I bought quarterback pads and they had that little wraparound rib protector, and so yeah, there were some. I regret
During the pass,
there was
pass
I saw some
interference,
back flaps. They were
defense.
plain and simple.
Ball will be placed at the spot of the foul. Automatic,
Yeah.
1st down.
Bring up a 1st and goal now for the Tigers. It looks like it's going to be spotted right around the 3-yard line.
Got Mark Brown down here, out spread out down to the Tiger sideline, the short side of the field. And by the way, Chuck, I would not let them decorate it like that. Ain't no
After
way.
penalty yards, Corsicana Tiger football, 1st and goal from the Terrell 3.
Pointer's back in the shotgun. You got Mark Brown out wide right. There's a handoff up the middle, but there's nothing again. As they're meeting them in the back. They're meeting Murphy in the backfield, but usually 2 or 3 yards.
Christian
deep.
Evans.
They are, and
Brought down by a host.
they're bringing more guys than what we have in there to block because we're trying to run the play inside, and their speed is getting to us,
Loss
and
of 3.
they're pushing us in there. We
Brings up
don't
2nd and
control the
goal.
line of scrimmage there. We have,
Terrell,
and that's why it's
6-yard
such
line.
a packed house there. Braxton's trying to get in there and lead on the linebacker, and all he's doing is he's running up the back of the guys in front of him.
That'll bring up 2nd and 7 now. There's a 2nd goal from the 7. There's a pass out to the, and Stoner's going to get a touchdown there. It's a nice little out route. He caught it around the 1 and was able to duck into the end zone. So great job there for the Tigers. First for touchdown, I think, high school for varsity for Brett.
Touchdown Tigers.
Has he scored?
Man, I'm trying to
Check out this hometown replay.
Regardless, it was perfect timing to put some points on the board. It was a great throw. Once again, we had a great angle on seeing the throw, perfectly thrown. Braxton's a great receiver, catches the ball very, very well, and it's good to see him bounce back from the first series and getting clocked.
Kevin Pointer Jr.'s pass complete to Braxton Stoner.
Try to make a catch.
And the Tigers are going to go for 2 to try to make it to 14. And Pointer's going to roll out right, and he's going to be hit and throws it in.
The 2-point
So they
attempt
won't
is
pick up the
no
extra
good.
point. The extra point there brought to you by
7:50
Bottle
left to go
Valley.
before the half.
But we'll head to
Score
the
Terrell 35,
timeout
Corsicana
right now
12.
with 7 minutes and 50 seconds left here in the second quarter. Tigers do score to cut the lead 35-12. We'll be right back after 30-second timeout.
That Corsicana Tigers scoring drive, 10 plays, 68 yards in 2 minutes and 40 seconds, capped off by the Kevin Pointer Jr. pass to Braxton Stoner for the 7-yard touchdown. Giancarlo Zuniga on to kick off for the Tigers. Back deep for Terrell. Julian Ashley, along with Roderick Hambrick
Previous
Jr.
game, so had a breakdown there, and then we're trying to get to but let's have the defense set the tone again.
There's the kickoff. It'll be fielded around the 9-yard line by Ashley. He's going to take it around to the right. He's going to try to find a lane, but we shut it down. He's still spinning and taken down around the 20-yard line.
Well,
Ashley,
I really
on the
liked
return.
the coverage there. The coverage
Brought down by
was
Corsicana's
perfect.
Ahmad
And if
Sneed.
you watched as he's trying to get to the outside, we have one of our own making sure that he's shuffling to keep him from bouncing to the outside, bringing him back inside
Ashley returns.
to where the pursuit is, and that's
Kickoff to the Terrell
that was really
20-yard
nice to
line.
see.
That's where they will set up 1st and 10.
That'll be a kickoff sponsored by Northside Baptist Church. Our title sponsors, Community National Bank and Trust and Vans Custom Jewelry. We thank those guys. Hall's back under center. He's going to hand it off up the middle to Hambrick. Hambrick's at the 25. He's at the 26.
Hand off to Roger
There is a flag on the
Hambrick Jr. There
play.
is a flag down
I
on the
hope we
play.
got a hold right there. We just didn't feel
First
that
man
gap.
there for the Tigers, Tanner Crumpton.
Alan Walker
Personal
got blocked.
foul.
He didn't get there as
Face
quick
mask.
as he'd done
Number
before.
24,
Nope, we
defense.
have a little personal foul.
15-yard
Face
penalty
mask
from the
on
end of the
us.
run. Automatic.
That'll-
First down.
That'll make that a bigger gain than initial, so he'll take the
Fourth
ball out
penalty
to
in the
the
first half, charge to the Tigers.
42-yard line and be
Terrell
first
3
down
for 30,
Terrell.
Corsicana 4 for 45.
That hurts. Because
First
we had
and
them
10,
inside
Terrell
the 30 to begin
from
with,
its
so
own
now they're
42.
8 yards, 7 yards away from being in plus territory.
And they'll go quick and maybe a little too quick.
Before the
It looks
snap.
like we have a
Timeout.
timeout.
Terrell.
Their coach had called timeout before. Maybe. Not sure they had enough guys on the field.
Well, one's coming off. Now, it doesn't matter.
But he called timeout
Yeah, he
just
did.
as it was about
Terrell
to
with
play.
2 timeouts
They're
remaining.
gonna throw that
Corsicana
little
0.
pass out to the flat that scored before.
Yes, that we've defended time and time again. So we've already experienced the long TD pass, so we'll defend it this go round. And you know who it's going to be in the slot. So whenever they're in the slot, you pre-think that this is the threat I could have, my initial threat, and then after that, you just play football. If you don't get it, you just play football after that.
Well, we got to take this time as a timeout to thank our sponsors, Brinson Auto Group, McKee Lumber, and Farmer & Son Exterminators for their support of Corsicana Tiger football. As the Tigers break their huddle, we're still waiting on the Terrell Tigers to come out. It'll be first down and 10 from the 42-yard line with 7 minutes, 18 seconds left in the second quarter. Terrell's already scored
Return to
35.
action.
Tigers
7:18
trying to
left to
slow
go before
down
the
this
half. Terrell's
high-powered
football, first and
offense.
10 from its own 42.
Nolan Hall under center. He's going to take it, toss it to Ashley. He's going to go to the right. He's got a seam. He's out to the, he picks up 20 yards. Now he's down to the Corsicana Tiger 36
Julian
yard
Ashley
line. And he touches the ball. He
takes the ball
quick
into
to those
Corsicana
holes
territory.
and gets around people really good.
Damon Brown and Mark
Tripped
Brown
by
there on
Damon
the tackle.
Brown.
That's a power toss because the quarterback ends up leading
Actually
in
gets
there
the ball
as
all the
well.
way down to the
You're
Corsicana
kicking out
Tiger
with the near
37-yard
back,
line.
your
First and 10, Terrell.
guards pulling and the quarterback's leading.
And here's a handoff to Big 44. He's going to go up the middle another 10, 11 yards there.
Handoff to LeBron Tucker.
Almost maybe picked up the first down. Depends on the spot.
He's not making contact with anybody until he's 5 or 6 yards down the field, so that tells you real quick that they control
Ryan
the line of
Burrell.
scrimmage. And
Fidel Gonzalez
then
on the
the
stop
next
for
level
Corsicana.
guy, Bivens ended up missing that tackle.
Gain of
and
9,
ended up
second
having
down,
secondary
1.
guys making a play.
They're going to pass now. He throws it into the corner. It's brought down by the number 13, and it'll be another Terrell touchdown.
Just ended up taking that away.
Touchdown,
It was a hope and
Terrell.
a prayer. Just ended up taking that away from Jaqueline, and he just happened to make the catch.
Yeah, Jaqueline stayed with him
He
like he
did.
was supposed to, but it was up in the air, and Thomas out-jumped Walker for that one.
Yeah, that's disappointing how that series went. That face mask, that 15-yard penalty really made the momentum grow stronger and stronger.
And there's number 17 again with the extra point as he's perfect on the night. And that'll make it 42-12. Terrell
PAT
Tigers
is good.
as they put another 7 up on the board, and still 6 minutes left in the second quarter. This first half, especially if you're on our sideline, is taking forever because it's one of those nightmare type situations where you can't seem to slow anything down, and when you do get a chance, you shoot yourself in the foot with a penalty.
You do, and when we've had those moments during the other 3 games, those moments have come up because we've shot ourselves in the foot with a penalty. And right now I just think they're in a little funk right here. You can You could tell by their body language it's not the same body
Terrell
language that we
goes
saw last week.
80 yards in 4 plays in 1 minute and 27
As a coach, how do
seconds.
you get kids to try to not focus on the scoreboard and worry about their job and trying to come back in a game like this?
Well, you go back to all the things that your program's about and what you've talked about in the week leading up to it, and then just really what you want to be able to accomplish in the next series, the next play, because that's all that matters is what's going on right now. You just be as positive as you can and try to get them back on track.
So here's the kickoff. It's going deep as well. It looks like that'll be number 1, Damon Brown. He's going to take it around to the right. He's at the 15, the 20, gets hit there. He'll be brought down around the 20-yard line.
That's a heck of a
Kickoff
return,
by
taking it from one
Corsicana
side of the field to the
Brown.
other. Gets it to the 20-yard line, and that's probably a
Brought down by
16 to 17-yard return when it gets on the stats. But in essence, he probably ran 60-plus yards to get
16-yard
from
return.
to the other. Yeah.
For the Tigers.
The Tigers offense will be back on the field. Scored their last possession, but then they saw Terrell enter that score with the score of their own.
Just one play at a time right here. Let's execute this play.
First and 10 from
First
the
and 10,
20.
Corsicana from its own 20-yard line.
Pointer's still in the shotgun. There's a snap. He's going to throw it, quick throw it, tipped by the Terrell Tiger defender. I think that was intended. I can't see the number, but
Conley. It looked like Conley. If Conley's running a slant, then I can see that happening. He did not run a slant.
Marcos,
The number 2 receiver out there was running straight up the field, so I truly don't know if
knocking
it
that
got
one
crossed,
down.
but there was nobody there.
Second down,
Corsicana
10.
Tiger-wise.
there's a snap handed off inside to Murphy. He's going to get maybe a yard there before he is brought down.
Their defense is quick. Their linebackers are good.
Murphy on the carry.
They know how to
Brought down by
use their
Kenneth
body
Allen
and
Jr.
play, and we are.
2-yard
That's
gain.
a 2-yard gain,
Brings up
so
third
there's
down,
positive
8.
yards right there on a rush. We just need to add to that.
3rd and 8. There's a snap. Pointer going to pass it. It gets blocked by a defender.
Yeah, just gets blocked.
Those big defenders got in there early.
Flag down.
There is a flag.
Flag.
One of our players down. Looks like there was some pushing and maybe to the head.
Yeah, they drove him backwards, and then he hit his head on the turf, and they kept going after the whistle. That's going to be, I'm pretty sure, against Terrell, and he took a pretty good knock to the noggin on the turf.
Yeah, he doesn't look like it. He's hurting pretty good down there. We'll take a 30-second break as they tend to the injury on the field.
Personal foul, unnecessary roughness, number 25 of the defense. 15-yard penalty from the previous spot, automatic, first down. Officials timeout on the field.
We're back here at Community National Bank and Trust Stadium, and he's still down.
Max Gomez.
I
Yep.
didn't catch the number, but
You know, as he went down, his helmet looked like it was coming off to begin with, and so when he hit, that just adds more shock to it once he falls back. As he fell back, and head snapped and helmet hit the ground. So we think he's just being a shake-up, from the helmet. But then, we don't know.
yeah, you worry about that. It's a violent game, and especially the head like that when it hits the ground. Definitely could be concussion process with Gomez in that situation.
And you see, those of you that are watching on the stream, you see that we got our sports medicine crew out there talking to him, so they'll get everything squared away for him and do what's right for him as we go on. But now the offense has a first down, so it's time for us to respond and make sure we start moving the ball again. We've got 5.5 minutes left in this quarter. We've got a great opportunity to try to put some points on the board. We see we can throw the football. We just need to make sure we protect, and you never know. We might have a breakout, but it's shown that Mark's been the guy to be back there at the running back spot when we have those big runs.
Yeah, he's definitely been a difference maker for us when he's in the game on offense, and he plays a little, on defense as well. So you have to give him rest at some time, but the Tigers need to take advantage of this right here as they were backed up, and now they're going to get a first down on their own 37-yard line, and a chance to maybe do something positive here before halftime. That'd be a big boost for the Tigers.
Yeah, it really would, and they need that going into halftime. And then halftime, it's just a total reboot, so to speak. You turn your computer off, and then you turn it back on, and everything's like it should be, and they need to come out and try to put together a better second half because, they've 42 points here in the first half, but we've got 12, and it's not like we couldn't go and just, quick strike them as well. You hope that's the case, but then again, you want to just make sure that, you don't have any injuries and everybody's going to make it through the game there. But, we'll see how this possession goes.
Please put your hands together for Corsicana's number 75, Max Gomez.
Get at least 6 more, maybe 7 on the board.
You see Gomez is being helped off the field, is still not know exactly what's going on, but definitely needing some help to get off of there. So Tigers will take over first and 10 now on their
Corsicana
own
Tiger football, first and 10
line.
from its own 37-yard line.
Pointer's back in the shotgun. Looks like Terrell's going to come. There, throws a little one over the middle, but it's caught there. But then
pass complete to Jonathan Gray.
Yeah, we completed the pass though.
Complete the pass, and it's no gain on it. So Tigers really struggling right now to find any kind of continuity and get anything going offensively.
No gain. Second down, 10.
And that was Jonathan Gray on the pass catch. Need to mention that.
Yes. He'll be second down and 10. Pointer in the shotgun. He's going to hand off up the middle. That's going to be taken for about 5 yards and be good gain there on second down.
Nice run by Keenan Murphy. Keenan's got the potential to break things. Did a much better job with our body-on-body.
7-yard gain, third down,
blocking
3.
there.
There's a snap. Another handoff to Murphy. He's going to try to go back up the middle. He's going to gain maybe 4 yards. It's going to bring up 4th and 1 for the Tigers.
I'll say he got 2 because of the blocking, and then
Murphy,
the other 2 on his own. He managed that himself, but once again, his helmet's come off twice today.
2-yard gain.
That you see.
Brings up 4th down, 1.
Here, he's the same way.
Yeah.
We just, the helmet deal.
I don't understand it, but there's going to be another handoff again, but this one they're going to meet him in the backfield, and he's going to lose about 4 yards, and that'll be a turnover on downs as Terrell stops on the 4th and 1, and they'll take over on the Tiger 43.
That was Evans in on the carry there, and they just split us. They got us, and
turnover on downs.
You'd like to
Terrell
think
football.
that we'd been shoulder to shoulder and done a better
First and
job
10
together.
from Corsicana 42.
Done on that particular play.
Well, we got a few seconds. We'll shout out some of our sponsors: Cortex Steel, Bacon Auto Ranch, R&S Recycling, Old Town Comics, Collins Street Bakery, and Texas Mattress Factory, all sponsors of Corsicana Tiger football. We thank them for their support. Terrell Tigers back under center. They're going to hand up the middle. Hambrick goes up the middle and finds a little bit of room, but he also breaks a couple tackles and takes it down to the 35.
Jackson and Jennings in on that
Frank
tackle.
Jackson.
Good to see Frank
Stop
getting
for
some action, and
Corsicana.
making some things happen.
6-yard gain.
Another helmet
Second
came
down,
off.
4.
So that'll be 2nd and 4. There's a handoff to Ashley. Ashley's gone to the right. He's at the 20. He's going to go out of bounds around the 15. It's another good quick pickup there by Julian Ashley.
Julian Ashley once again on the carry for Terrell.
They've-
Forced out of bounds
they've
by number
turned
1,
to
Damon
that
Brown
play,
for the Tigers.
And they like it. They like the kick. They like the lead, and then they like the quarterback getting up in there as well, adding an extra blocker there.
Ashley
and of
picking
course,
up
when they
enough
open the
yardage for a
gap, and
Terrell
they've got
first down.
a
First
huge
and
gap
10
to run through, that makes it that
Corsicana
much
17.
easier. Little
Yeah.
trap.
Trapped at number 44. Every time he's come in the game, I think they've given it to him up the middle, and he's
Brian
been
Tucker
able to pick up a few yards.
on the carry.
First time for us
First
to
man
call
there for
Tanner
the Tigers,
Crumpton's
number
name.
56,
He and Alan Walker
the
assisted
captain,
each other on that tackle.
Tanner
Good to
Crumpton.
get him involved and get his
Gain of
action
4.
going.
Second down,
They'll bring up
6.
2nd and 6 from the 13. There's a handoff. There's a whistle
Ball start.
Ball
Offense.
start.
All
for Terrell,
I
so
said,
they'll be backed
snap.
up.
Hard penalty.
And you know the thing here, after that, not that play, but the trap play, the clock is running. And even though they're as quick as they are, 4 or 5 yards in a cloud of dust,
5-yard
and then they
penalty.
line up and do it all over again. And the clock's running here, and we've got 2.5 minutes left,
Makes it
and they've got
second
the ball
down,
inside the 20.
11.
Defense has an opportunity to step it up. Just a lead.
There's a handoff, and it's shut down. So good job of defense right there by the Tigers as they're able to shut him
Brian
down.
Tucker.
No gain.
An opportunity
On
at
the
the
carry
point of
for Terrell.
attack to make an impact, and we did, and we see
Brought
what
down by
happens
Host.
when we maintain that
Tigers.
gap, control right there, and see what we're able to do. So great job defensively to create a 3rd down situation.
So it'll be 3rd and 10 now from
This
the
is the
Tigers
2-minute
17.
timeout.
Got a 2-minute warning is now up. That's the 2-minute warning in the new. Yeah, I knew you.
I didn't know that was
Yeah,
a rule. in
that's
high
a
school.
new one in high school, and just so happens it stopped at 2 minutes. So yeah, we've got a 2-minute break here, and give them a chance. It's a neat deal, but it's a weird deal. It's neat that they're able to do it at the high school level.
Coming
a
up,
situation where
Performance
you're
from
pressing
both teams, band and drill team.
you're trying to get down the field to score, and you don't have a lot of timeouts. A great opportunity to regroup your team and set what you're wanting to do, whether you call a single play, 2 plays, or whatever the situation is. But it's just weird. You're at a high school football game, and things just continue to go. It's going, it goes. Timeouts stop it, but besides that, it goes.
Yeah.
Chuck, what is the, when you're down there and you get that 2-minute warning, how do you feel about it at a high school game?
Well, it's definitely different than what we experienced the last 30 some odd years, maybe even 40 for all of us old guys.
Yeah.
I guess I'm somewhat indifferent.
As we return to action,
but it
2
just,
minutes
it's
left to go
different.
before the half.
It's I don't
Terrell's
know.
football,
I don't
3rd
know if
down,
I'm for it or
11
against it. I'm just
from
going to have to
Corsicana,
keep going through the
18-yard
season and see how I feel.
See, it's hard for Chuck to describe that. And Chuck's usually a guy that can describe those type of things.
Ashley's handoff to Ashley. I think that's the first time we've stopped him for one.
Ashley on the
one
carry,
or
brought
less
down by
yards.
Frank
and
Jackson.
especially on that play right there where he gets to the outside, and he did that earlier and really made his pay. And Frank Jackson's right there taking care of his responsibility.
Gain of 1.
And
4th
made
down,
a heck of a play
9.
right there.
So it'll bring up 4th and 9, and the Terrell Tigers are going to go for it here with the 1:30 left in the first half. There's a fake handoff. They're going to pass it.
Out of bounds. He caught it, but he's out of bounds.
Number 1 caught it. That was Lewis, but he was out of bounds when he caught it. Good job there by the Tigers.
Now, I will say tonight you want it to keep running.
Pass
where you
falls
get into halftime
incomplete.
and kinda
Turnover on
regroup.
down.
You sure don't want to stop it on a night like tonight.
Hey.
Yeah.
If the good guys
Corsicana
are
gets
driving
the
and we need an
football
extra
with a
timeout,
minute
then I want
21
it.
left to go before
I'm
the
with
half.
you on that one, Chuck. I'm with you on that big time. Great play by Frank Jackson to create a disruption. His path, if you want to be perfect, go to that high side shoulder and make the quarterback stop to where you can fall back and actually sack the quarterback, which would have been exciting. But he did disrupt him, and then we had some help coming, and so he had to make a throw that he wasn't ready to make.
First and 10, Corsicana from its own 16-yard line.
We have an opportunity with 1:20 left to move the ball down the field.
And there's a snap to Pointer. His hands off to Murphy and up the middle. He's going to get at least 10. Now he's up around 12 yards there, so that'll be a first down brought to you by Chuck's Paint and Body for the Tigers as they're able to get a nice little
Keenan
seam
Murphy.
there for
It's a 12-yard gain for
I like the
Corsicana.
little play. We're out there kicking and trapping and, moving the vision in the eyes of people. And then Murphy does a good job of putting his head down and running over some folks to get a first down.
Quick pass out to the flat. That's going to be Jonathan Gray, but he's going to be brought down.
I think they might call a horse
Jonathan
collar
Gray
and throw him down
On the
like
reception from Kevin
That's
Pointer,
Personal
Jr.
foul,
flags now.
face mask.
Oh,
Defense
wasn't
number
gonna go in.
that. Face
16.
mask. They called the
Okay.
face
15-yard
mask.
penalty from the end of the run.
That'll be a
First down.
15-yard penalty.
Yeah, because we have no
Correction,
timeout.
previous
so
spot,
that we're-
automatic first down.
We're in one of those predicaments that we've got to be able to get up to the line, and sometimes you're your own worst enemy. Because, all right, so we're at the 43-yard line.
Yep.
And we might throw a 40-yard pass down the field and trying to get everybody down there and get set and go.
There's a pass out to Petty at the 50, and he's almost makes a catch.
Warner's
and
pass
kinda dives
intended
back and just
Drake
misses.
Petty.
I like the throw
Incomplete.
because all the defenders are inside. Why do we continue to work toward the inside right there? We had 3 guys inside of him. Step, turn,
Second down,
squat,
10.
and wait for the ball
From the
there. I just felt
Corsicana
like
43.
Petty took the route too far inside, and Kevin threw the ball out where he felt like he needed to throw it.
I think that's going to be a false start. Looked like we moved
Before the snap, false start.
Got Evans in the backfield
77.
now,
Vince.
and it looks like
Remain second.
Mark Brown's coming in, and we'll soon find out if he's going to running back or receiver, and he's going to receiver.
I'll bring up second and 15 for the Tigers.
Got their little special set in there with some particular
Second down,
individuals in
15.
certain spots.
48 seconds left in the half. Tigers could use a big play right here. There's a snap, throws it down the middle to Gray, but he drops it. He had it open and probably could have picked up another 5 to 10 yards, but he dropped it there.
Oh, that was
Jonathan
that
Gray,
was
the intended
perfect
receiver.
play. They're backing out because they see who's in the game. Brown, or both the Browns, D Brown, M Brown, they're in the game. They've got speed and can catch the ball, so they're backing off the coverage right there. It's open in the middle.
Here's a snap, handoff inside to Murphy. He's going to get 3 yards. 2 yards is what they'll end up giving him. Going to bring up
Christian
4th
Evans
and about
the carry.
13.
And it looks like the
Brought down by
Terrell
Zamonte
Tigers
Smith.
will call a timeout,
Timeout.
here.
Terrell.
We'll take a 30-second break here with the Terrell Tigers timeout, and we'll come back with 33 seconds left in the half. High School. Tigers are trailing
We
42
return
to
to action.
12 with 33
Corsicana
seconds
football,
left in the half.
fourth
They're
down,
going to come out and
13.
actually punt this
Giancarlo
situation.
Zuniga
Terrell's
on the
putting
punt.
2 return men back, so they're going to try to get a return and down the field so they can put the ball in the end zone again.
Snap bounces again. They're going to field it around the 25. He's got the 40. He's to the 45. He's to the 50. He's brought down there.
Julian Ashley on the
He
return.
kept running. I think he's down there at the 50.
Yeah,
so
they-
that'd be
Brought down
first
by
and 10.
Xavier
They
Walker.
did call him down, thank goodness. Xavier Walker made the tackle. Xavier was down there with the initial group and then fell back and followed his retraced himself all the way back and made the tackle because the return guy took it from the left side and ended up going back toward Xavier, and he was there to make a tackle, and glad he was because after that
Yeah, it would have been
another
6.
6. Yes, sure would have been.
They'll have it 1st and 10 from the 50 with 22
Terrell's
seconds
football,
left.
first and
They
10.
do have one timeout
Midfield.
remaining. They want to try to do something there, but Hall is still under center. He's going to fake the toss to Ashley, throw back to his right to nobody. I guess nobody. I think
Pass
Hambrick
falls
was supposed to have been
incomplete.
out there maybe or something.
Yeah, they're trying to throw the ball back to the running back that's out there that ended up out there, and it was a poorly run screen pass. Now look at this little formation. They've got the backs behind the lineman, and a quarterback and a receiver come. Calling the play, and let's see how they
Second
break down
down,
where they go.
10.
Try to get down in a hurry. There we go.
Yep.
End over. Good job.
Nice job there
Yes.
by the Tigers as the handoff went to
Ashley
the right side, and
once again on the carry.
Tigers
First man there for the
picked it up
Tigers,
pretty quickly. They were
Adrian
able to pick it up
Bivens.
for no gain.
Bivens was there to
No
make
gain.
the tackle,
Third
stayed at
down,
home and did his
10.
job. Great play.
They're not going to get a playoff.
Great
so
play.
that'll in the half.
That's
Tigers
going to do
were
it for the first
glad
half of
that
play.
as the Terrell Tigers were
Our
trying
score,
to
Terrell
hurry up,
42,
but the
Corsicana
clock
12.
ran out, and we'll head to the halftime, down 42 to 12 as Tigers had a long first half. One of those that you kind of want to forget and go in at halftime and just say we got to regroup and rethink this whole thing maybe before we come out in the second half and put some better effort in the second half. But we'll be back. We're going to go to a break, and then we'll have interview and some halftime things as we get back. So we'll be right back in a little bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the field the Terrell High School Tigerettes. The Tigerettes, entertaining fans since 1951, are under the direction of Cody Irwin and Tiffany Troy. Tonight's halftime performance is sponsored by McCoy's Building Supply, Stewart General Services, Dark One Entertainment, Freddy's Frozen Custard and Steak Burgers, Fox on the Run Design, and Baker Brothers Plumbing, Air, and Electric. The Tigerette officers are Senior Lieutenant Aaliyah Velasquez, Senior Lieutenant Mia Ramirez, Senior Lieutenant Luna Hernandez, Senior Lieutenant Dayanara Franco, Senior First Lieutenant Allison Facio, and Senior Captain Jill Stewart. The Tigerettes of the week are Kimberly Pena and Lupita Garcia. Now sit back and enjoy as the Tigerettes perform a streamer jazz routine to Taylor Swift's You Belong With Me. The Tigerettes would like to thank the Tigerette Booster Club, the THS Fighting Tiger Band, Principal Earl Gilmore, TISD staff and administration, Superintendent Dr. Warnock and the Board of Trustees, family, friends, and the entire Tiger Nation for their continued support.
All right, welcome to Get to Know here. We got Samuel Herrera and Mia Jackson here, our cross-country representatives here for us. And guys, tell us a little bit about cross-country. You know, how far do you run? What's the courses like? That kind of thing.
Like usually in practice, we run about like 3 miles to 5 miles, sometimes 6. It just really depends how fast we run it. But all the practices are kind of different from each other. So some days it'll be on cement, some days it'll be on grass, or some days it'll be on hills, and sometimes it's a combination of all three. It just really depends.
Yeah, when you run a cross-country meet, what's that like? What's the typical course? Do they have a standard setup for X number of miles, or is it just each one's different?
Nah, they're all different. We go from a hilly course one day to a muddy course the next, all flat, or we'll go to grass meets, from grass meets to concrete, and it's different every meet.
So, and you guys both run track, is that right?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So do you prefer cross country or track?
Cross country all the way.
I prefer I don't know. They're both different, but I enjoy doing both.
Okay.
They're both enjoyable.
Yeah, you just like to run, right?
I do, yes, sir.
All right, so you guys obviously like to run. You run fast, and again, what's an average? You usually run about 3 miles in a cross country meet.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so all right, Sammy, you're the team captain, right? You're a team captain. What does that look like in a sport like cross country? How do you lead in that kind of situation?
Well, usually we lead like in the helping the team warm up all together. We make sure that they're doing the workout properly, that they're going fast when they have to go fast, slow when they need to go slow, making sure they're on top of all their miles and all that sort of stuff.
So how do you create a team environment in a sport that's so individual, as far as trying to get to the finish line first?
Well, we try to run together as much as we can, like especially on long runs when we're running like 10 miles and more. We try to stick together and kind of like bond as we run, and that sort of situations, yeah.
Well, I know I come out, you guys run in the summer, in the off season. I know I come out of the Y a lot of times in the morning after working out, and you guys are out there getting ready to take off, and I'm like, that doesn't look like fun, but you guys obviously like it. Talk about the commitment it takes to put up the times and to try to mill in these events.
It for sure takes a lot of commitment. It's not one of those sports honestly, all sports have their challenges, but I feel like with cross country, it's really like challenging in the aspect of mentality, because your bodies can do so many amazing things, but you can't do any of that if you don't have a strong mentality. So if you don't have a strong mentality, you can't run really fast, but you have the possibility of running fast.
Well, how do you get faster? I mean, I guess that's the question. Is it a matter of conditioning? Is it a matter of speed work? I mean, what is the key to running better times and getting to becoming a more competitive cross-country runner?
It's a matter of like a variation of workouts. We tend to do a lot of speed workouts on the track, doing intervals like 400s, 800s, that sort of things. Long distance workouts where we, what's it called? I forget what it's for, but it's to help with our endurance. That's
Sure.
what it is. And then we got our easy runs, which help recover our legs after we do those type of runs. And then there's obviously race days where we race.
Sure. Well, it's good stuff. And Mia, what are some of the other things that you're involved with?
This year I decided to be involved in theater, or technical theater really. And I'm also involved in art as well.
All right, so what is technical theater versus just theater?
So regular theater is like you're acting, while technical theater is you could be working on lights or music or even making props, which is mostly what I'm doing.
Okay, using your art background.
Yeah.
All right, so I understand you're at pretty highly ranked up in your class. What does it take to be able to have that commitment as well as your extracurricular?
A lot of all-nighters. I'm kidding. No, I'm not. But a lot of commitment. Like, you have to stay focused. You have to catch up on your work if you miss a day because you're going to a meet. Just like a lot of extra stuff that not everyone can necessarily do.
So, you have a favorite area of study that you like?
Not necessarily. I mean, like, what do you mean? Like,
a favorite subject? Your
favorite
math,
subject?
your English, your
not very great
science?
at math, honestly. I think I prefer English. Pretty good at history. Yeah, but math, not that great at math.
Okay. Well, you're our junior, so you got a little time, but have you thought about what you want to do after high school?
I'm thinking to go and study to be an architect. I don't know where I'm going yet, but that's my plan so far.
Okay. All right, Samuel, here you got a nickname. Coach says they call you Batman. What's that about? Where'd that come from?
Well, the 4 years I've been here, I kind of tend to get injured. I'm pretty weak in that sort of area. But I always tend to come back with like a strong mentality and never really quitting when most people would. generally quit in my sort of situation.
Okay, well, that's good. Well, you're a senior, so have you thought about what you plan to do after high school?
I have vaguely thought about it. I am in the fire program for the high school right now, so that's a possibility. But I also do want to go study something at college level, maybe medically related. I'm not sure though.
Well, it kind of works in with the fire academy too. Yeah. So, all right, well, very good. Get to know these guys. This is Mia Jackson and Samuel Herrera on the cross country and track.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please direct your attention to the sideline opposite of the press box. Corsicana Independent School District is proud to present the award-winning Calico's Dance Team. All-American officers from left to right are Senior Lieutenant Cassie Fuller, Senior Lieutenant Riley Dunn, Senior Lieutenant Whitney Otto, Senior Lieutenant Cadence Hestand, Senior Lieutenant Miesha Reinhardt, and in the center, the captain, Senior Jaden Jones. Social officers for the dance team are Junior Harper Bolware, Junior Leanna Contreras, Senior Kaidi Cepeda, Senior Joanna Martinez, Senior Caitlin Warren, and Senior Head Social Officer Yamia Richard. The Spirit Girl of the Week is Mason Lozano. The Dancer of the Week is Seychelle Toribio. The Calicos are under the direction of Brittany Lassiter, Elizabeth Talley, and Sonia Rojas. Tonight, the Calicos are performing a sassy streamer jazz to Timber. We would like to thank our standing ovation boot backers: Watkins Construction Company LLC, Griffin Roughton Funeral Home, Vera Bank, Chuck's Paint and Body, Petty Insurance Group LLC, Eagle Auto, Winters Oil Partners LP, Royal Title Lowell Old Dunn PC, Brinson Ford Lincoln, New History Flooring, Colonial Construction, Dusty's Landscape and Fence Company, McKee Lumber Company Incorporated, Corsicana Oral and Facial Surgery, GoCo Trucking, Hometown Flooring, Taylor Rosa Pickleball Club, Custom Tees, Valvoline Express Care, Vans Custom Jewelry Incorporated, Texas L. Bucks, and Funtown RV.
See, and I'm right here on this blue mark saying it's the 50 there. Yeah, I mean, it's like right here on this side of it.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the field the Corsicana Tiger Marching Band. Tonight, the band will be performing a portion of their UIL program entitled On Wings of Cinder. This depicts the life journey of the fabled Firebird. It features the music of Stravinsky's Firebird Suite and Both Sides Now by Joni Mitchell. Drum majors for the band are Cassidy Coleman and Angie Forellis. The Tiger Band is under the direction of Ricky Hinton, Nathan Williams, Michael Ballou, Brian Cupp, Nicholas Smith, and Aiden Kyle. Sit back and enjoy the showcase of spirit and pride from the Corsicana Tiger Marching Band.
How about the announce social?
Corsicana Tiger Band section of the week is tubas. Marchers of the week are Aaliyah Gallegos, Faith Harry, Clay Bentz, and Emmanuel Martinez. Sponsors for the band are Cork Community National Bank and Trust, Custom Tees, First State Bank, Riot, and Action Sign and Banner. The Tiger Band would also like to thank Stephanie Howell, the CISD Board, and CHS Administration for all of their support.
On November 4th, Corsicana ISD will hold a $205 million bond election. Key projects include upgrades to our aging hospital and a new early childhood campus to relieve overcrowding. Also, the initiative includes new ag and transportation facilities. Early voting begins October 20th. Exercise your right to vote this fall.
First half stats for your Corsicana Tigers. Mark Brown, 3 carries, 94 yards, 1 touchdown.
Because these kids need some continuity, and they need
Keenan
somebody
Murphy.
that pushes them to build character. You build character, then you'll start winning some games.
Yeah, and I think that's been an issue, at least in athletics and in competitions, because everybody wants it right now. You know, everybody hopes we win right now, and that's always taken time to build, because it takes time to develop to begin with. And then when you're thrown in something like a new coach coming in, not being thrown in, but him trying to change the whole scheme and the whole way of thinking in a program, that's a time-consuming piece, and it takes a lot of hard work on the coach's side, the player side, and the community as well. So,
well, both teams are now out on the field. Terrell has come out of their tunnel. Tigers are about to do that. Let's take a 1-minute break, and we'll come back hopefully here to start the second half.
Turnovers, 1-1. 4th down conversions, 1 for 2 and 0 for 1.
We're back here at Community National Bank and Trust Stadium. Tigers are going to receive the start the second half, trailing 42-12. trying to get something on the board and maybe turn the tide here a little bit in the second half.
We need all we can get to get things rolling. We need a nice little half here to respond to our first half and be able to feel good about what's going on, because that's what we need. We need to just feel good about what's going on. Hey, Chuck, were you able to hear anything or how the atmosphere is on the sideline right now?
Well, you know, given the score, it seemed enthusiastic. I talked to my good buddy George Kitchens, who's a great Tiger historian, and you know, we talked about yesteryear, and he also talked about we're going to keep pulling for these Tigers, and maybe we can get something going here in the second half.
So here's the kick by the Terrell Tigers. It'll be fielded at the 25. Taken out to the middle. He's got up to the 40, 42, 43-yard line. Good return there. I believe that was number 1, Damon Brown.
It was. Nice return. With the pooch kick, everybody focuses in, and you take your cover guys and you squeeze that pooch area, and he's got enough speed to where he outran it and had a nice return. It's nice to have the ball at the 43-yard line to start the half.
So the Tigers will come out for their first offensive possession here in the second half. Pointer in the shotgun. Looks like that Mark Brown, or is that, I can't see a number. Who's in the backfield with him? Okay.
No, I'm sorry, Mark split out wide.
Okay, he's wide, but they're going to hand off inside to 27. That is C.J. Curry. I think that's the first time we called his name tonight.
That is the first time. That's the first time we've seen him in the backfield. They played that defensive end. We ran the ball where the defensive end was wide, and it really just opened things up for us, and that's why we were so successful.
So it'll be 1st and 10 from the 35. Tigers in Terrell territory already here to start the second half. So Pointer's in the shotgun. He's going to get the snap. He's going to throw it deep. Mark Brown's out there, but he's going to be overthrown, and Mark's not able to get there. So it'll be incomplete pass, 2nd down and 10 from 35.
They double covered him. They know when he's out there, that's what they're covering, and they're going to take that free safety and just play him loose, because they have shown, or we have shown, that we haven't been very successful running the ball. And right then it was we did a horrible job up front and let the guy come right through and didn't give Kevin a chance.
Going to hand the ball off inside to Curry. Curry gets 3 or 4 yards up to the Terrell 32-yard line.
Hey, Chuck, back to you. I think you had your mic up.
Yeah, you're right. That safety, I've watched him all night on that route. He's jumping that route. He sees it coming. We got to be careful throwing that one.
3rd down and 7. Pointer looks over to the sideline to get the call. Curry to his right. Brown's split out left. There's a snap. Pointer's going to get sacked as number 40 gets in and gets in there quick.
Yeah, we just got beat, and poor old Pointer didn't have a prayer and just trying to get away. Just as long as he holds on to the ball with both hands when he gets in those situations, that gives us a chance for a 4th down.
4th and 14. There's the snap. Pointer's going to try to throw it deep down the middle. Knocked down by Terrell is probably the smarter play for the cornerback there. Is that would have been. They'll take over now on their own 39.
Yeah, a heck of a lot better than trying to get a stat. Hey, I got an interception. But yeah, you pinned us back inside the 10 right there. You know, C.J. Davis, that ball was thrown to C.J., and we haven't been able to call C.J.'s name too often tonight. So that's a different disruption that we've had offensively, because he's been a big part of what's going on offensively.
Yes, he has. He's been strong in the first 3 games, and I'll bring out Terrell's offense again as they lead at 42-12. 10 minutes left here in the 3rd quarter. Hall under center. He's going to toss it to Ashley. Ashley's out to his left. He's got the wide angle. He's down to the Tiger 45-yard line, 44-yard lines where they're going to spot it.
He can flat out run. He really can. And with that quick toss, and they've got us as far as leverage goes because we don't have that support coming up like we need to. He is 88 and out the gate.
He's good, and he's only a sophomore. Hall will be back under center. Takes the snap, hands it up the middle. 44 is going to pick up 4 yards on first down and bring up 2nd and 6.
Good job by Bivens coming down and filling and making the play there. His helmet came off, and when it did something with his eye because it didn't happen until his helmet came off his head. Or maybe it's his forehead.
Yeah, I might have got it hit on something. It looks like he's.
Yeah, because he was grabbing a. Yeah. But a good tackle to start.
So 2nd down and 8 now for Terrell. Hall under center. There's the snap. He's going to toss it out wide to Ashley. He's got a little room. He's at the 35. He's at the 30. He's down at the 27. Another good run there by Julian Ashley.
Kamazion Hervey makes the tackle right there. It's the first time we've called his name. Once again, man, they just got outside of us. And, you know, as coaches, why would you even run a different play until we stop it?
Yeah, they haven't really. We may have stopped it one time all night. I don't know how. We don't have stats, so I don't know what Ashley's got, but he's got a lot of yards. They're going to hand it this time. I think that's Hambrick, and he's not going to get anything, so a good stop there.
Frank Jackson, Josiah Lopez, Braylon was in on that, and as Frank was slung around by making the tackle, he ended up kicking his leg, hit Fidel Gonzalez in maybe the thigh or the knee, but anyway, that's Fidel's is the guy who's down.
We can take a 30-second break. We'll go to break right now give him a few seconds to recover, and we'll be right back. We're back here at Community National Bank and Trust Stadium. 8 minutes left in the third quarter. They're still tending to
Fidel.
Big 99. They're walking him off the field now, as he's still a little bit woozy down there. That'll bring it. Will be 2nd down and 10 from the Tiger 27-yard line, 28-yard line. Tigers trying to get a stop here in the second half. Hall under center. He'll take a snap. He's going to fake the handoff, look to throw it to Hambrick, who had an opening, but he dropped it there about the 4-yard line. Thankfully, he dropped that, or it would have been 6 more.
Yeah, we're very fortunate there because the angle and, you know, Alan Walker's pointing at something, Mark Brown's pointing at something, because Mark is the one that ended up there late. So very fortunate that he didn't catch that, because we don't need him to score, you know, this early in the third quarter.
Back to pass is Hall. He's got a receiver out there, makes a nice catch, kind of going back to his behind him is Lewis, and he does get the first down.
Bivens did come off and make the play, just ran a slant, and they're doing it right in front of us. And, you know, when you throw and hit the receiver right in the breadbasket, it's hard to defend.
But back to pass again. Hall's going to go into the end zone. It's knocked down, almost picked off there.
Oh, Alan Walker's jumping up there trying to make that interception there.
Good coverage right there. A little bit underthrown by Nolan Hall.
He's in that middle area there, and you know, you could, depending on how deep you wanted, we'd always call that a rat. You know, he's hovering in that middle, just trying to be a rat and find something that's easy and go pick it real quick, go get it. So, don't know if that was the scheme or what they wanted to do with it, but that's that Tampa 2. You got that linebacker dropping in the middle, but we ain't running too deep here, so he's playing a rat. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Well, there was a penalty on the play, and it's going to be 1st and 20 now. Now they call timeout.
Yeah, coach is mad. He's going to call timeout. So, hey, Chuck.
Yes, sir. We had the rat, and they had the big cat, number 77, guilty of holding there, fellas.
Okay, good. Now we got to hear that one. All right, so that's one thing we needed to know from you, for sure. How many, Chuck, since we're here, we'll do trivia with you and see if you have any. In '82, we played Terrell, and they were a good football team back then. They had a good team. They had a good sports program going for them then. Do you remember, and not in this more modern era, do you remember did we play them in the 90s?
That's a great question, because coming into this game, I remember y'all had to beat Terrell because y'all had lost to Hatchie, right? So Terrell was a huge game that y'all had to win, and I remember as a 12-year-old, I was 11, not quite 12, and you guys beat Terrell. I don't remember facing Terrell a lot in the 90s. I thought they dropped down and then they came back up, but I don't recall any. I think in the 2000s, I know Barry played Terrell. We went over to Terrell and played them. I remember that because John Day Manning got a penalty for doing the pancake. So I do remember that. So, yeah, we played them in the 2000s.
Yeah, and Barry had coached at Terrell, too.
So it'll be 1st and 20 now from the Tiger 27-yard line. Terrell, Nolan Hall under center. Takes a snap, tosses it to Ashley. He's going right. He gets tripped up or knocked down there. About maybe a gain of 3 yards.
Good job by Frank Jackson and Alan Walker coming in, but they're so high their hands are hitting his helmet, but at least we controlled how far he went.
Hall's going to throw a little screen pass, and it's incomplete, so that'll be good play there defensively, not giving up anything on that screen pass.
McGowan there on the play. He read that out perfectly and was right there. I would have loved to have seen him jump in front of it instead of just kind of making a play. But right there on a little, fancy floozy kind of trick you one way and then throw it back the other way. Good job. Great job.
So that'll bring up 3rd down and 18 from the Tiger 25. There's a toss to Hambrick, and we got somebody there. He tries to get outside. He's going to maybe get back to the line of scrimmage. Probably lost a yard or two. Good defense again there by Corsicana.
Gowan was there again. He's the one that forced everything to continue to go to the sideline, and we had great pursuit coming from the inside out. So nice job, great execution defensively on a play that has been tough for us to defend.
So I'll bring up 4th and 18 from the Tiger 25. Big stop here to turn the ball back over to us. Drops back. We're going to try to throw it into the end zone, but it's going to be short, and that'll be a nice defensive stand by the Corsicana Tigers.
That was a good stand. Nice. Xavion Walker was there on the coverage. Going into this game, I never felt their pass game was very strong because their quarterback's not an accurate type passer. He's a throw it up because guys are wide open kind of guy. And great job, Xavion there, and a great job defensively, shutting them down and turning the ball over. Of course, they threw the ball a heck of a lot more. They wanted that ball in the end zone bad.
Yeah, they did.
So bad.
We want to shout out our title sponsors, Community National Bank and Trust and Band Custom Jewelers. Thank you for sponsoring Tiger football this season. Pointer's back in the shotgun. Braxton Stoner in motion. They're going to hand it off up the middle. I believe that's Murphy. He's going to actually pick up about 5 yards. Good run there on first down.
Did a good job running and finding a hole to be able to get the ball past the line of scrimmage. Of course, he bounced off some people, but our offensive lineman got in the way of some folks and enabled that to happen, and that's all we're asking.
There's a snap, another run by Murphy, but this time it's not as successful as he's hitting the backfield, and he'll lose about 5 yards, and they'll back to the original line of scrimmage. It'll be 3rd down and 10.
You know, he's running that where we're blocking guys. We're blocking guys outside, and then he tries to bounce it outside. You know, he's a tough runner. Just duck your head and get what you can like you've done before. And you never know. He's broken nosed as well.
3rd down and 10. Pointer back to pass. He's going to go deep to number 4. He's dropped. Almost got it. He had to dive for it.
Got turned around, crossed up, and the way the ball was thrown. Don't know if it was thrown that way because that's where he wanted the route to be, or it should have been a post and threw it like it was a corner. So we're not real sure how that was supposed to go, but CJ did a good job, a great effort of trying to get to the ball.
The Tiger defense not rewarded this time as there's a quick 3 and out by the Tiger offense, and we'll punt this one out again from our own, deep in our own territory. There's the snap and the kick. Good punt that time as it's fielded at the 35 by Ashley, but he's down at the 50, down to the 45, and he'll be pushed out of bounds there. Another good return by the sophomore from Terrell.
God, he can flat out go. He really can. He can run, and I mean, we had guys set up right there, and he just gets to the outside of us, and he's gone, and we're looking back like, oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, the speed is different. You talk about that in any sport. I can remember hearing that for years. Speed kills, and especially in football. I mean, we have a lot of speed, I think, on our side. That's the next level and the next gear, and it's something our guys got to learn from.
He's very confident in the way he carries himself on the field and through those plays.
There's a toss this time to Ashley. He's going to get outside, but pushed out and strung out that pretty well as he'll only pick up 4 yards that time.
Great play by Jaqueline Walker. Nice play, forcing him out of bounds and limiting the amount of yardage he's able to gain. Chuck, I know what it is, and I'm not going to ask you right now because the play's coming up, but I think it's because I'm thinking Sedbury. I don't know why Sedbury's popping in my head. I know they're coaching, but I think it's more Greenville. That's what it is. Little trap. Alan Walker and Adrian Bivens there on the play. Nice little play by the linebackers on running a little base belly trap, and linebackers there make the play, and those are the guys that you want there making the play.
They shut that down. Good job there. Brings up 3rd down and 5.
And the clock's ticking at 3:52 here left in the 3rd quarter.
Hall takes the snap. He's going to toss it. We hit him pretty good. The good job there, good pursuit that time as we were able to stop it. It looked like it might have some type of game.
Yeah, Richie, Greenville, the same color, right? And Greenville in 2000, we played them early in the season. Then we had to beat them in the playoffs. It was a heck of a game to advance. And then in 2001, we played them again. So we played them 3 times in 2 years back in 2000, 2001 for sure.
And wasn't Marvin Sr. the head coach of Greenville those days?
I believe you are correct, sir.
All righty.
So it'll be a 4th and 6 to go.
On that ball,
Gonna throw it. Yeah, a little bootleg and not going to hit, not going to connect. So Tigers do a good job again on defense and able to turn the ball over on downs.
Great job in coverage. Everybody's got their guy and they're doing what they're supposed to do. And Alan Walker's there and he's jumping up, his hands in the way, and the quarterback's doing the best he can to get it there. But great job by Alan on the pass defense.
So the Tigers will take over on offense, and we'll shout out a few more of our sponsors that are the Brinson Auto Group, McKee Lumber, Farmer and Son Exterminators as they sponsor Tiger football. Tigers trying to get something going offensively. It'd be nice to hear with 3 minutes left in the third quarter to get a drive going. Snap the pointer. He's going to pass it. He's got his man open over the middle. Nice job there by Petty running that little in, and he catches it about midfield and able to take it a few more yards, and he'll spot it down on the Terrell 48.
Great job of execution there. That's Petty's 3rd catch, and nice catch and run, nice protection up front, and just all around a good play. Petty might be our leader as far as player of the game.
Yeah, that catch he had there, yeah, he's made a couple nice catches.
Really
tonight.
has, yep.
Pointer looking to the sideline, trying to get a call. 10 on the play clock. He snaps it. He's going to throw it out wide, this time to Stoner. He makes a man miss, and he's going to take it down the sideline. And good job there by Braxton as he takes it down to the 29.
Great job. Nice little speed buggy stop, and then he takes off and goes and gains some ground there. Very fortunate that we didn't get a hold call with our running back blocking right there, but great throw and catch, great execution.
1st and 10 from the 30. The snap, going to hand it off inside to Murphy. Murphy going to get it. He hit in the backfield, but able to make something out of it and actually gets 6 yards on the play.
That's Evans on the carry
Evans.
right there. Yeah, Evans is on the carry there.
6. It is a 6, not a 0.
Great effort on his part. Didn't do a good job blocking. He breaks through and gets a nice gain out of it.
Pointer's going to pass it out to the right side and almost picked off, but intended for Braxton Stoner.
Ooh, that's a long pass because he ended up, kind of fading this way. Threw the ball roughly from the middle of the field and trying to throw all the way back to the other side. That's a long throw.
It'll bring up 3rd and 5 from the Terrell 25. Corsicana looking to punch it in here for the first score of the second half. Hand off to Evans, but he's going to get hit in the backfield and lose 2 yards. They'll bring up 4th and 7.
And they're just running through, just blitzing. Well, blitzing in a sense that they're doing something up front, and the defensive end just flat out beat us and was able to get underneath and make a play. We had such a good thing going. Now let's see if we can put it together here on this 4th down.
4th and 7, snap to Pointer. He's going to try to throw it. He's got C.J. Davis open, but he misses, throws a little bit behind him. He's not able to make the play, so of course Corsicana Tigers will turn it over on downs, and after a little bit of a success on the drive, they're not able to capitalize, and they'll turn the ball back over to Terrell.
Now we fell right back into our typical mode there where we don't pass protect very well. We let guys get inside of us. We don't move our feet. We don't punch. And I'm not meaning with the fist. I mean, we're not getting that punch where the offensive lineman is staggering and doing what he needs to do to get the attention of that defender coming in. They're just pinning their ears back and going because they say, hey, we can beat this guy, just go. But in a crucial moment right there, we needed more than that for it.
So Terrell will take over on 1st down and 10. He's going to toss it back, and looks like he's got some speed, some space. That's a Hambrick. He's down the sideline. He's to the 20 before he's pushed out of bounds. And huge gain there on 1st and 10.
Yeah, it just got us by, we're shuffling, we're working, and we're trying to get there, but we're not defeating blocks, we're not stopping blocks, we're not disrupting the flow of the play, and then eventually we just get blocked a lot.
And this time they're going to hand it off inside to big number 44, and he picks up 4 yards on 1st down.
Josiah Lopez in on the play there, doing his part, making sure he's doing the things he can do. Thomas Sawyer was in on it as well.
And they go quick as Hall rolls out. He's looking to pass. He's got somebody open on the left side, but he misses him as he's trying to throw on the run there.
I'm so glad he missed him because we stopped covering him. We just started looking back to see what was going on with the play instead of staying with the guy we needed to cover. Good job up front creating that pressure and disrupting everything, but we got to do a better job of coverage and covering the man we're assigned to.
13 seconds left here in the 3rd quarter. Tigers trying to make a stand to keep Terrell off the board for the 3rd quarter. Terrell comes under center. There's a toss to Ashley to the left. He's getting to the outside. He's got space. He's going to get down to the 3, I think, before he gets pushed out. They'll spot it at the 4.
Alan Walker made the play. We've done a good job up to that play right there because we got up the field. We just didn't set the edge. We got up the field and got pushed out of the way. Didn't set an edge for pursuit to get there because other times we've continued to string it out. And when you don't string it out, you're in a position there where, we ended up, we go from, a long yardage situation where all of a sudden it's 1st and goal all over again. So, but defense has done rather well, and it takes a toll on you when you go out there and you got to stop a team that's able to put an 8 to 10 to 12 to 14 yard drive together and just play after play after play. They change the pace on it, and staying at home. Jimmy Johnson always said that the best the athletes that are in shape are the ones that usually win. Well, it doesn't have anything to do with in shape here. It's just got everything to do with the perception and making sure we're taking care of our responsibility. And that has just kind of compounded on us here. And it's tough when you got 42 points scored on you in the first 3 quarters of the game as well.
Well, and you probably at halftime you challenged these guys and gave up 42 in the first half, and they come out and keep them out of the end zone in the 3rd quarter is a little bit of a boost, but now you still got to try to do your best to keep them out right here at the beginning of the 4th.
Oh yeah, because they're going to do anything and everything they can to make sure they get into the end zone here. They might have a new wrinkle that they're going to show because they want to get in the end zone, plus they want their next opponent to see it. So you just got to take care of your responsibility here.
We're back out, Hall under center. He's going to hand it up the middle to Hambrick. He's maybe gets a yard out of that play. Good job there by the Tigers.
Yeah, Frank Jackson in there on the initial contact, and then it was just a big group of Tigers that ended up falling in on it to help bring him down for no gain, which is great to see.
Yeah, that's real good. So it'll still be 1st and 4 from the 4.
So we had unsportsmanlike on 2 guys that this is not the time nor the place in this situation. 42 to 12. This doesn't even need to be an issue, period. Those are the kind of things that just don't need to happen. And, we didn't see what was going on, so we don't know if it was talking, if it was after the play, or whatever it was.
85 and 11, we're doing a little preliminary boxing.
Oh, okay. There you go, Chuck. I knew I should have gone down there to Chuck because he's eye level.
Here's a play tossed to Hambrick. He's going to get in the end zone that time and put up another 6 for Terrell.
Well, that's tough because we'd done so well the previous 2 series, you know, turning the ball over and getting it to the offense, and then, you know, hoping you could do the same thing. And just they had one more play than we had defensively, and were able to put the ball in the end zone.
Number 17's on for the extra point. It'll be the snap and the hold, and it's up and it's good. And that'll be 49-12. Terrell Tigers take the lead a little bit further.
Yes,
It's one of those games where you just don't, you know, you want to try to do your best and make it a smaller margin.
Yes.
But it's tough to do that when you get so far behind, and like we've seen, that you just sometimes you don't play your best, and really you want to challenge yourself to play better in the fourth quarter. Try to put up some points. You know, only scoring 12. We've scored on defense a couple of times this year already. You hadn't seen that tonight. So you want to see maybe something in this fourth quarter that can give you a little bit of encouragement going into next week.
Well, and we did a good job defensively. I mean, they put a couple of drives together and we stopped them. And offensively, we moved the ball a little bit. We just ended up not being able to make that play. And it's always seemed to be that one play that we just haven't been able to make and change the momentum, or to stop a drive, or to keep a drive going like we've been able to do before. And that's the tough part of it. For sure, that's the tough part, because the last couple of weeks we've been used to making a play to stop the drive, or making a play to score.
Yeah. So they'll kick off. They're going to kick it deep this time. It's going to go all the way into the end zone. So that'll be a touchback, and Tigers will take it over here in just a second with about a little over 11 minutes left in the game, trailing 49-12.
Great choice too, by the way, because their kicker truly kicked the ball, but he's got the wind at his back, so that added to it. But he is a good kicker and got a nice movement, nice strong leg to kick the ball. Very efficient with his kicking, so just a good choice, not trying to add to it or make something happen. It's just a smart decision right there to get the ball at the 25 and see what we can do.
Pointer's back in the shotgun, empty backfield right now as he looks over to the sideline. There's a snap. Throw it out to the flat to Davis. He makes a move, gets out to the 29, almost the 30, before he's tackled out of bounds.
Good play execution right there. Make it 5 yards. Throwing and catching. They rally to the ball very quickly. They've got good speed on the defensive side as well, and got to us in a hurry. Of course, it'd be nice if that throw and catch is just more smooth and catch it on the run, and you catch it with momentum going forward as well.
So that'll be 2nd and 5 from the 30. Pointer gets the snap. He's going to hand it off to Murphy. He's able to dive back to the line of scrimmage, but that'll be all he can get.
Dang, he just got caught, just tripped over his own guy's leg, as he's blocking a guy outside. Keenan's on his way and then just trips over his leg right there. That's unfortunate, because he
had some space, I think.
He did. Yes, he did.
That'll bring up 3rd down and 5 from the 30. Pointer in the shotgun. Take the snap. He's going to roll out to his left. They're going to throw deep. Looks like he's targeted. It's actually
who caught that?
Ricocheted and caught.
Yes, who caught that ball with the throw?
Petty.
Once again, Petty comes through. Kind of got rushed out of the pocket, threw the ball up, and it's going to Wetzel. The Terrell Tigers tip it, and then Petty's there to make a play. Great job by Mr.
job.
Petty.
Way to keep playing, keep fighting through a play. Pointer's going to roll out to his left. He's looking deep again. He's probably just going to throw this one away as he is getting pursued by two Terrell Tigers.
Yeah, it looks like we had two guys in the same vicinity, and all our receivers were on one side of the field, it looked like.
So that'll bring up 2nd down and 10. Tigers are in Terrell territory at the Terrell 47.
That's something to be excited about. We have an opportunity now to move the ball further down the field.
And I didn't give Chuck's Paint and Body a shout out for the first down, but that was a Chuck's Paint and Body first down. Pointer's going to take it and get maybe a yard, or actually doesn't get anything. He actually loses 2 yards. Tigers are getting pursued pretty quickly there in the backfield.
Yeah, you don't know. You know, it's not something that we see him do is keep the ball and run. So I don't know that that was a design play for him to do that. So just a little different. Now we're in a 3rd and long situation.
3rd and 12. Stoner in motion. Snap to Pointer. He's going to throw it over the middle to Davis, but he meets a defender right at the ball, and they use pretty big collision, but not able to catch it.
Yeah, that's a tough play too.
Yeah.
That's a tough play because, you know, it's 4th and 12, so you're a little loose on your coverage. You're going to be in the zone. You're waiting for people to show up, and when they do, all you got to do is tee off, and that's what happened to CJ. He got up, and of course he's rolling his shoulders like, hey, I'm okay. Heck, just getting up and getting to the huddle shows that you're all right.
So that will bring up 4th and 12. Tigers obviously going forward there.
Bringing both backers in the A gap.
And the snap, and throws a little pass over the middle to Davis. He'll pick up 3 or 4 yards, but that won't be enough as he takes it to the Terrell 45. And that's where the Terrell Tigers will take over 1st and 10.
Trying to conceptually see that as a screen with where CJ was. So I didn't see many linemen downfield to help him there. So I don't know how he ended up right there at the line of scrimmage, but he did. We got things turned over, and their offense has the ball again.
Their offense has the ball, and we'll shout out a couple more sponsors. Brinson Auto Group, Key Lumber, and Farmer and Sons Exterminators, as they are sponsors of Tiger football. 1st and 10, 8:54 left in the game. It's a toss. Number 2, Hambrick, he's going to get tackled for a big loss there by number 17, I think that was.
It was Frank Jackson. Frank's done a good job defensively. It seemed like he's really maintained his leverage and his responsibility and done a fairly decent job out there making sure that, you know, people don't get outside of him like they need to. So it's been really good to see Frank have that type of performance tonight. And they got a backup quarterback.
Yeah, I was going to say, Terrell's changed the quarterback, put the backup quarterback in. He's going to fake the toss and hand it inside. He's going to pick up 2 yards, maybe
Josiah Lopez. Frank is in on it. Alan Walker's in on it. So we had a group of 3 there making a play, creating a 3rd and long situation.
Looks like several subs in now for Terrell. Number 15 is the quarterback. 3rd down and 13.
And we don't have a roster to tell you his name, so he's number 15 to us.
He'll hand it off. Gets outside, number 9, I believe, and he's going to take it up to midfield, almost to midfield. He gets to the 49. That'll bring up 4th and about 6 yards.
Yeah, we're just flying around there and not wrapping up in some cases. And some of our guys aren't big enough to knock somebody down with a one-hit blow, so they need to do a better job of wrapping their arms around people and bringing them down.
The clock continues to run. It's under 7 minutes now. Terrell back to pass. They're going to throw it out. He hits the pass, and I think it will be just barely a first down.
He was able to fall across, and if we do a better job tackling on the play previously, that's not such an easy route to throw. That's not just a little 5-yard route. That's a longer route to throw. Back on the line in a hurry to get things going.
They're going quick. They moved a little bit. I don't see a flag yet, but he's going to hand it off inside. He's got a spot. He's down to the Tiger 32. Pretty good 12-yard run there for first down.
Xavion Walker making the play after a 12 or so yard run, it looks like. We got an injury, so we can take us an injury time.
Bivens down on the field, and let's see if we can take a 30-second time commercial break, and we'll be right back after that.
Just a friendly reminder, students, at the conclusion of tonight's game, 30 minutes will be placed on the clock. Please call your ride at this time so everyone can get home in a safe and timely manner. Once again, students, please call.
We're back at Community National Bank and Trust Stadium, and it's Bivens down. He's back on his feet now, and he'll get some help to get off the field. Not as active as he's been this first part of this season. Don't want to lose him. Hope everything is all right.
Yeah, he's a big part of that defense, and he's part of the A² squad.
Right.
A1.
He's A number one. 6:27 here left in the game. Tigers trail 49-12. Terrell Tigers have it on the Tiger 32. There's the snap. The fakes the handoff. He's going to throw it deep. He's got his man open if he doesn't overthrow him, but he does. And he was wide open for 6 if he makes that throw with a little more touch. But lucky for Corsicana, he overthrew him by a couple yards.
Yeah, don't know if the responsibility is mainly on that particular receiver or if there's a read there. Irregardless, he got down the field too easy.
He's 2nd and 10 now from the 32. There's a snap. He's going to throw it out to the left. Makes a move. He's at the 20. He's at the 15. He's at the 10. He's at the 5, and he scores. There was a catch around the 23, 24-yard line. He's able to make a couple of moves and just get by some guys.
He just got by us and ended up outrunning us to the end zone right there. Let him throw a short route, and we were too far inside to begin with, and then he had enough space and enough speed to get outside of us and make something happen. That's disappointing.
That is. That puts his score up to 55, and they'll try to make it 56 with the extra point. There's the snap, the hold, and it's another good kick. Pretty good kicker. We've seen him take a lot of extra points, and they've all been right down the middle. So a good job by him. But Tigers now trailing 56-12. 6 minutes and 5 seconds left in the game. We'll take a 30-second timeout break, and we'll be right back with the kickoff.
That Terrell scoring drive, 7 plays, 55 yards in 2 minutes and 49 seconds.
We're back at Community National Bank and Trust Stadium as the Terrell Tigers now will kick off as they just scored to take a 56-12 lead. They're going to kick it deep again this time. Walker's back. I think they touched it, so they're going to have to take it out of the end zone. Walker's got it. He's going up the middle. Gets hit about the 15, and he'll be down about the 17.
Well, I'm glad he had the wherewithal to get the ball and take off. If you watched a college game, I think it was a college game, the guy let it go and ended up being a touchdown for the other team. So sad to see the miscommunication back there, but good to see that we picked the ball up and took off. So at least we didn't turn it over.
Exactly.
They didn't recover it in the end zone, and just, bad things happen. So
I tell you what, fellas, Terrell's kind of stuck to their script. First 3 games, they gave up 14 points and scored a lot. Tonight, the trend continues. They gave up 12, and they've scored a lot. So kudos to the Tigers on the other side for continuing on what they've been doing.
Chuck, you are absolutely right.
So that'll be 1st and 10 from the 17. Pointer's back again in the shotgun. Snap. He's going to look out to his left, and he's going to throw deep. He's got a man open. They just led him just a little bit too far. That was Drake Petty.
Trying to get Petty in the open. That's the guy that's been catching the ball for us.
Just missed him. I thought he might be able to catch that.
Yeah, he just stumbled a little bit, Steven. I think he had him in stride, and Petty stumbled a little bit as he went to get the ball. I think he's got him.
So that'll bring up 2nd and 10 now, and Tigers still looking for a big play. They'll hand it off inside this time, and I think that is
looks like
Murphy.
Evans.
Evans.
Evans again. Evans is getting a lot of the carries now.
Second half.
Yes, he is.
Done a little bit, has a little bit of success here and there. Terrell defensive line has played a good ball game.
Yeah, clock's just running right now for us.
It's seems a lot faster when in the second half as it's run off a little faster.
Yes.
There's Evans inside. He's going to pick up another 4 or 5 yards, and that'll bring up 4th down and 2.
Leaning out to try to get a first down, and we'll see what coach decides to do.
4th and 1 with the spot.
And he's going to punt it.
So 4th and 1, not to punt.
Yeah, and I don't blame him.
Yeah, you don't want to, this point in the game with 4:44 left. Zanega's back. He takes another hop on the snap and not able to get a good punt off because of that, and it's going to go out of bounds around the Tiger 45.
Okay.
That's another thing I've noticed a lot. Little things like a snap that doesn't get all the way back to the punter, throws everybody's timing off, and it's just hard. Those little things oftentimes add up to big things.
And when they warm up and you watch them and warm up, the snaps are perfect.
Yeah.
They're hitting him right in the belly button, and everything's great. But you get in the game, it's a whole different set of circumstances.
That'll be 1st and 10 for the Terrell Tigers. They're already in Corsicana territory, so they'll take and hand off up the middle. That's number 27 running now for them, and he gets a 6-yard gain down to the 39.
We had our Abraham Arredondo in making the tackle there with a little help from Marquise Cooks. Need to get their names called out as they're making plays.
Getting a lot of opportunities tonight to make those plays up the middle.
Got 3:51 and counting here.
2nd and 4. There's a snap and a handoff. 27 again. He's going to get down probably a yard shy, it looks like, where they'll spot it.
Had a group of Tigers there. You see, let's see, you got Tanner Crumpton getting up. You got Ryan Burrell. You had Alan Walker there. You had Marquise there. So you had a group of Tigers there making in on the tackle.
They'll bring up 3rd and 1. Terrell with the ball. There's the snap, a handoff. He's going to get the first down. He's up over the 32 or 3, about down at the 32. I think they may spot it actually a little bit further back.
Arredondo again on the play. Right there in the middle of it. He's in for Bivens.
So they'll bring up the first down as they take it from the 33. Handoff to number 9. He's going to try to get outside. Good pursuit there as they're able to tackle him for a loss. 2-yard loss.
Nice little play by defensive end. Let's see if he makes it. He is the one that makes it. Jerian Burrell makes a nice little play out there at the defensive end spot.
Good job of wrapping him up there.
Yes.
They'll bring up 2nd and 12. There's a snap. He's going to pass it. It hits off the helmet of number 3 and incomplete.
Yeah, he had to jump to get that one and got a little spook there. Seeing Jaqueline Walker coming at him. I don't think he wanted to get flipped, so we got a timeout here, so.
Yeah, take a break, and we'll be back here in 30 seconds.
Once again, a friendly reminder, students, at the conclusion of tonight's game, 30 minutes will be placed on the clock. Please call your ride at this time so everyone can get home in a safe and timely manner. Thank you.
We're back here at Community National Bank and Trust Stadium, and about 1:58 left on the scoreboard, and it'll be 3rd down and 12 when play resumes. But Tigers trailing at 56-12. Been a rough night for the Corsicana Tigers as they've run into a team that put a lot of points up on every opponent so far this year.
Yeah, and they're staying true to what's been going on with them. And, you know, quite honestly, I did not feel like they were going to be able to put 55 up on us tonight. Felt a whole lot better going into the game. So. But we've done a much better job in the second half.
Yes. And there'll be a snap, handoff up the middle, picks up about 2 yards. 3 yards maybe. It'll be 4th down and 9.
Crumpton and Arredondo on the tackle there. On this 4th and 9 play coming up.
Tigers are going to try to finish this off and learn from it and be ready for next week. But first, they've still got to play this one out.
Yeah, you got to finish it up.
They would pass out to the left, and number 8, and they tackle him pretty quick. Good pursuit there. Good job by the defense.
Jaqueline Walker making that play, and that's a play that ended up turning into a touchdown earlier in this second half right there. And good job of getting past the blocker and making the tackle. Turns it over to the Tigers with 1:20 left on the clock, and it'd be nice to see if we could put something together.
Yeah,
it'd be really nice to see
use
that.
Use it as a springboard for next week, but also use it as, you might have a game later this season where you need to score at the end of the game.
Yes. Yeah.
Pointer's still in the shotgun. He'll take the snap. He'll hand it off inside. I think that might be Curry.
It is 27.
He'll take it forward for about 8 yards. Good run there on first down.
Nice run. Nice little play. You've got subs in there, so now we're having some success offensively.
There's the snap. Hands off to Curry again. He's going to get the first down and a little bit more. So he picks up about 4 yards. Up to the Tiger 44.
Nice little run right there. 2 runs putting together. 12 yards right there and a first down. And
clock keeps running. It's at 33-32. Hands off inside. Curry going to go again, and he'll take it 4 yards again on first down, make it 2nd and 6, but the clock continues to run at 20 seconds.
And that might be it for us. And it is. Coach doesn't look like Coach is going to call a play. Yep, that's the end of the Tiger offensive series here and the end of the game.
So that'll do it for this Friday night. Tigers ran into a different Tiger that quite frankly had some speed and size that really outplayed us and put up 56 points. So one of those nights when you just kind of have to kick it off and say, all right, let's just forget about that one, flush it a little bit, and let's go work on next week.
Yeah, we'll take a break here, and then we'll come back with Chuck and his interview with Coach Rogers, and probably take another break before we end the evening there. So we'll take us a 2-minute break here, and then we'll be back with Chuck and Coach Rogers for the coaching interview. So stay tuned, and we'll be back in 2 minutes.
We're back here at Community National Bank and Trust Stadium. Tigers lose tonight 56-12 to the Terrell Tigers. One of those nights that, you just started quick for Terrell and just went from there. So
yeah, it was a tough night. There's not a lot you can say. It's just tough all the way around. And while Chuck gets in position, Coach Rogers is going to talk to his team. I'll give you what we have as updates. Hopefully, these are good updates for our district opponents, and we have finals. So, like we said before, Crandall and Mesquite Poteet played Thursday. Crandall beat Poteet 56-33. The NS Lions beat Kaufman 42-21. Of course, our game here, and then the Midlothian Heritage Jaguars beat Greenville 41-0. And to end with our local teams, our Navarre County teams, the Mildred Eagles beat Clarksville 41-18. The Blooming Grove Lions lost to Valley Mills 42-0. Kearns Bobcats beat the Dawson Bulldogs 45-7, and we never received a score for Rice and Bishop Lynch. So we've covered our district opponents, the local schools here as well, and then all we have to do now is pretty much wrap up this game tonight. We'll hear from Coach Rogers in the interview with Chuck. We'll take a break there after that interview, and then we'll come back with our final thoughts and the player of the game, and to mention some of the other players and their performance as the Tigers fall to the Terrell Tigers 56-12 here in the home opener for district and our district opening game. So it's tough to have things to say and be able to talk about a game when things didn't go your way pretty much for the most part in every aspect of the phases of the game. We kick off, is returned for a touchdown, and then we don't do anything offensively, and they automatically just start scoring. We do have a couple of things we'll talk a little bit about after the break, after the interview with Coach Rogers, but we had a couple of bright spots, but for the most part, it just was not the Corsicana Tigers' night.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't. And
looks like Chuck is going to work his way to Coach Rogers and be able to get an interview with him. And Chuck will turn that over to you very, very shortly. I see Coach is getting a drink before he ends up talking to you. So I know he's got to have a voice there, but we'll turn things over to Chuck now.
All right, Coach. Kind of a slow start tonight and never could quite recover. Just give us your thoughts.
Nothing nothing happened that we prepared for or planned. This just came out of nowhere. I'm so baffled. I was so sure that we had that we were going to come out here and win tonight. They had a great look in their eye on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and it just didn't happen. I don't know. I'm baffled.
Well, Coach, the good thing is if it's 44 points or 1 point, it's just one game in the standings. What do you tell your team this week to get ready to head to Crandall?
Yeah, it's one game at a time. I've been in this situation before, where I was 1-4 and we ended up going to the state championship and winning that thing. We'll just go back to work tomorrow. We'll bounce back. We'll make the corrections, and the guys that show up, they're going to demonstrate that they want to win and they want to pull themselves out of this hole that we're in.
All right, Coach, thank you for your time. We'll let you get back to your family, and I'll throw it back to you guys.
Thank you, Chuck. Thank you, Coach Rogers. A nice little interview there. And Coach is true and truthful as he can be, and it's true to form because you and I both know it is. We're baffled too because, we were expecting a whole lot more as well. But we'll be able to talk a little bit more about that here after this final 2-minute break. We'll come back and give everybody our thoughts. We'll have our player of the game, and we'll talk a little bit about the game and get ready to move on to Crandall. So we'll be back after this 2-minute break.
We're back here at Community National Bank and Trust Stadium, where the Tigers have lost tonight 56-12 to the Terrell Tigers, a team that came in hot, and we weren't able to slow them down.
You're right. It started right from the opening kickoff, and I think that opening kickoff just spun us around, and we weren't the same after that. And that's tough to feel after coming off a 2-game win streak. But, this is one game. Chuck made a point to ask that question. This is one game in a string of games for the district title, the district opportunity to have playoff, to be in the playoffs. So they have to have a short memory, get past that, because next week they've got a good football team in the Crandall Pirates, and we're going to their place, so it's going to be a lot different. Chuck, you have any other thoughts there about that?
Well, at this level, when you get a special player, I see down here on the sideline Bethel Johnson, and in '97, now that team was chock full of talent. But, boy, you get Bethel on a bubble route, and he gets 1 yard, he's gone. And 21 kind of such a difference maker for Terrell. Sometimes at the high school level, when you got a player that fast, it's just a big difference. And when you start out of the gate slow, and then you got to defend a running back like that, it makes for a tough night. And Coach Rogers, he's baffled. Richie, you go out the range and you're just smoking it, and you're like, man, I'm going to smoke Rusty when I get on the golf course. And you get out there and you skull every wedge and hit every drive right, and you go, man, thought I was ready, and then I had to go play. So sometimes that happens.
Yeah, I'm more baffled when I do hit a good shot than I am when I do skull something. But we digress, by the way.
That's a good analogy, really, because
yes.
It happens in any sport. You feel like you prepared all week, and like Coach said in the pregame interview with Rusty, I mean, you could tell he felt like they had a good week of practice. They had done the things they needed to do to be prepared, but you come out and you get hit kind of quick, and it is tough.
It was a tough game to watch, and I know as a player it was probably a tough game to be a part of. So let's go to our player of the game. Chuck, you mentioned a couple of players before. I'll give you a chance to mention them and what they were able to accomplish today before we make our we already have our decision of who the K&K Creations player of the game is. But, Chuck, go ahead and shout out those two individuals that we talked about off the air.
Absolutely. Shout out, kudos to Mark Brown, long run. Let me get a little closer here where I'm not buzzing. Long run to kind of spark the Tigers after, there was a big penalty there, and the Tigers were upset about it, and he takes off and gives you a little bit of hope there. And then kudos to Braxton Stoner, sophomore up playing, gets his first varsity touchdown of the night. So, two highlights for those two young men to hang their hats on and get ready to give them a little confidence heading to Crandall.
Oh, and that, and it was good for us to see that as well, because, that just shows progress that's being made. Like you said, Braxton's a sophomore, and he's making progress each and every week, and it was fun to be able to see him make that catch and put the ball in the end zone. You saw him kind of stick it out there and pull it back real quick, because he could have run right in there, but he was ready to stick the ball across the goal line anyway. So as we have talked as a group, we felt like our player of the game, the K&K Creations player of the game, was Drake Petty. We felt like Drake was a bright spot offensively, and he did it consistently because he had, I think we were 3 or 4 catches with him with a number of yards there, and he truly was a bright spot offensively for us. Not that Pointer threw the ball to him, but he made some really spectacular catches. So our K&K Creations player of the game is Drake Petty, and you guys agree, right?
Yeah, I think the catch he made down here around the 14-yard line on the out of bounds, he was able to get a foot down. That's a great play, and then he had one across the middle. I like that. The consistency that we saw tonight from him. He didn't drop any passes. He had a couple that just out of his reach. So, yeah, I agree. I think that's a good call right there for player of the game, Drake Petty.
Absolutely, Stephen and Richie, I agree with you. And that consistency is kind of what you need across the board, not just one play, but play after play after play, and showing up in all aspects and all facets, whether you're an offensive guard or the safety or a cornerback. You need consistent play like that. So I agree that's a good call for our player of the game.
Yeah, and we all feel good about it because he truly was the bright spot of the game for us. So nice way to end it with a player of the game.
Yep, and that's, like you say, I mean, like Chuck just said, when a lot of times when you have a game like this that there's not a whole lot to be, excited about, the consistent play that you get from a player that does the right thing every down. That's when you can get 11 guys or really 22 guys doing that every time they're on the field. That's when you're going to see some progress, and you got to just work towards that. And hopefully a guy like Drake Petty showing out that he's going to do that throughout a game like this, that others will be inspired to do that too.
Yeah, and we were in different territory. We won 2 games in a row. We were 2-1 in district, and 1 games in September that normally doesn't happen. And so it's different. And coach is still going through his process to build the program itself, and then also to build this team and to develop this team. And all is not lost with this one game, although it does give you a sour taste in your mouth. But we've got next week, and it's game 2 of the second season, and we need to go out, and they need the support, and the team needs to go out and play better. And they'll have a different week. You wipe the slate clean, you play in a different team, and let's get out there and have a good one.
Sometimes early in the season you get a win and you think it. I've seen it in college. You win the first week against a team that everybody thinks is really good, and then they turn out later in the year that win wasn't impressive. And it can be the other way too. Sometimes you come into this game, you don't know what Terrell's. You've seen their numbers, but you don't know if they're that good. But we may look up in December and they may be still playing, and you feel that loss wasn't quite as bad as that. That they've beaten a lot of guys like that. So you can't really worry about it. It's still so early in the season. You just got to keep plugging along and try to make the best of it and not get down. I think that's the that's going to be the hard part for our coaches, is to not let these guys get down on themselves because of one game, and still be able to fight and going forward and play hard, because in this league, in big school football, it takes it every week. You got to have the effort, and that's what they're going to have to coach up.
Sure does. They got to trust in the coach's message. He's been giving that message to them for a year. They got to trust that message, and then just challenge themselves as well, and challenge themselves to come back, bounce back, and be ready to be a big asset for this team and help the team along and help themselves play better and put a better product out on the field next Friday. And they can do that.
Well, I think that about wraps it up here from Tiger Field, I guess, at Community National Bank and Trust Stadium. And there's games like this, not a whole lot to say, but let's get them next week. And you'll have Rusty back next week, and the JV will go back down. And
I'm gonna go on the DL, and
I can't do the commentary, so he'll have to find somebody else.
He'll find somebody. He's got somebody there. He's got somebody around. Anyway.
Well, that'll do it tonight. Thank you guys for joining us. As always, we thank all our sponsors that spend their time and energy and money supporting these football players, and we ask that you, as a community, will continue to support them as well, and that we'll see you guys next week in Crandall. And until then, have a great week, and go Tigers.